कुछ लोगों को अपराध की तरह लगता है। या तो गुलामी के तराजू से प्रगति के काम को तोला जाता है। इसलिए लंबे समय तक हमारे यहां अपने आस्था स्थलों के विकास को लेकर एक नफरत का भाव रहा। विदेशों में वहां की संस्कृति से जुड़े स्थानों की ये लोग तारीफ करते करते नहीं थकते, लेकिन भारत में इस प्रकार के काम को हेय दृष्टि से देखा जाता था। इसकी वजह एक ही थी, अपनी संस्कृति को लेकर हीन भावना, अपने आस्था स्थलों पर अविश्वास, अपनी विरासत से विद्वेष। और ये हमारे समाज में आज बड़ा हो ऐसा नहीं है। आजादी के बाद सोमनाथ मंदिर के निर्माण के समय क्या हुआ था वो हम सब जानते हैं। इसके बाद राम मंदिर के निर्माण के समय इतिहास से भी हम भली भांति परिचित हैं। गुलामी की ऐसी मानसिकता ने हमारे पूजनीय पवित्र आस्था स्थलों को जर्जर स्थिति में ला दिया था। सैकड़ों वर्षों से मौसम की मार सहते आ रहे पत्थर, मंदिर स्थल, पूजा स्थल के जाने के मार्ग, वहां पर पानी की व्यवस्था तो उसकी तबाही, सब कुछ तबाह होकर के रख दिया गया था। आप याद करिए साथियों, दशकों तक हमारे आध्यात्मिक केंद्रों की स्थिति ऐसी रही, वहां की यात्रा जीवन की सबसे कठिन यात्रा बन जाती थी। जिसके प्रति कोटि कोटि लोगों की श्रद्धा हो, हजारों साल से श्रद्धा हो, जीवन का एक सपना हो कि उस धाम में जाकर के मत्था टेक के आएंगे, लेकिन सरकारें ऐसी रही कि अपने ही नागरिकों को वहां तक जाने की सुविधा करने का उनको जरूरी नहीं लगा। पता नहीं कौन सी गुलामी की मानसिकता ने उनको जकड़ के रखा था। यह अन्याय था कि नहीं था भाइयों? यह अन्याय था कि नहीं था? ये जवाब आपका नहीं है, ये जवाब 130 करोड़ देशवासियों का है। और आपके इन सवालों का जवाब देने के लिए ईश्वर ने मुझे ये काम दिया है। भाइयों बहनों, इस उपेक्षा में लाखों करोड़ों जन भावनाओं के अपमान का भाव छिपा था। इसके पीछे पिछली सरकारों का निहित स्वार्थ था। लेकिन भाइयों और बहनों, ये लोग हजारों वर्ष पुरानी हमारी संस्कृति की शक्ति को समझ नहीं पाए। वो ये भूल गए कि आस्था के केंद्र सिर्फ एक ढांचा नहीं, बल्कि हमारे लिए ये प्राण शक्ति है, प्राण वायु की तरह है। वो हमारे लिए ऐसे शक्तिपुंज है जो कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी हमें जीवंत बनाए रखते हैं। उनकी गौर उपेक्षा के बावजूद ना तो हमारे आध्यात्मिक केंद्रों का महत्व कम हुआ, ना ही उन्हें लेकर हमारे समर्पण भाव में कोई कमी आई। और आज देखिए, काशी, उज्जैन, अयोध्या, अनगिनत ऐसे श्रद्धा के केंद्र अपने गौरव को पुनः प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। केदारनाथ, बद्रीनाथ, हेमकुंड साहब, वे भी श्रद्धा को संभालते हुए आधुनिकता से उसकी सुविधाओं से जोड़ा जा रहा है। अयोध्या में इतना भव्य राम मंदिर बन रहा है। गुजरात के पावागढ़ में मां कालिका के मंदिर से लेकर देवी विंध्याचल के कॉरिडोर तक भारत अपने सांस्कृतिक उत्थान का आह्वान कर रहा है। आस्था के इन केंद्रों तक पहुंचना अब हर श्रद्धालु के लिए सुगम और सरल हो रहा है। और जो व्यवस्थाएं विकसित हो रही है वो हमारे बड़े बुजुर्गों के लिए तो सुविधा है, लेकिन मुझे विश्वास है मेरे देश की नई पीढ़ी 12, 15, 18, 20, 22 साल के नौजवान बेटे बेटियां, उनके लिए भी ये श्रद्धा का आकर्षण का केंद्र बनेंगे। वो हमारी नीति होनी चाहिए। अब हमारे दिव्यांग साथी भी इन स्थानों पर जाकर दर्शन कर रहे हैं। मुझे याद है, मैंने जब गिरनार में रोपवे बनाया, 80-80 साल के माता पिता ऐसे बुजुर्ग लोग वहां आने के बाद मुझे चिट्ठी लिखते थे कि कभी सोचा नहीं था कि गिरनार पर्वत पे जाकर के तीर्थ क्षेत्रों की हम पूजा दर्शन कर पाएंगे। आज वो इतने आशीर्वाद दे रहे हैं। एक रोपवे बनाया। साथियों, इस ताकत को कई लोग पहचान ही नहीं पाते। आज पूरा देश अपने आध्यात्मिक केंद्रों को लेकर गर्व के भाव से भर गया है। उत्तराखंड की ये देवभूमि स्वयं इस परिवर्तन की साक्षी बन रही है। डबल इंजन की सरकार बनने से पहले केदारनाथ में एक सीजन में ज्यादा से ज्यादा 5 लाख श्रद्धालु आया करते थे। अब इस सीजन में ये संख्या मुझे बता रहे हैं 45 लाख। अब देखिए साथियों, आस्था और आध्यात्म के स्थलों के इस पुनर्निर्माण का एक और पक्ष है जिसकी उतनी चर्चा नहीं हो पाती है। ये पक्ष है पहाड़ के लोगों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग का, पहाड़ के युवाओं को रोजगार का। जब पहाड़ पर रेल, रोड और रोप पे पहुंचते हैं तो अपने साथ रोजगार लेकर के आते हैं। जब पहाड़ पर रेल और रोड और रोप पे पहुंचते हैं तो ये पहाड़ का जीवन भी जानदार, शानदार और अधिक आसान बना देते हैं। ये सुविधाएं पहाड़ पर टूरिज्म भी बढ़ाती हैं, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन भी आसान करती है। अब तो हमारी सरकार ड्रोन को भी पहाड़ों पर सामान के ट्रांसपोर्ट का प्रमुख साधन बनाने पर काम कर रही है। क्योंकि आजकल ड्रोन आते हैं 20 किलो, 25 किलो, 50 किलो तक सामान उठा करके तेज गति से दूसरी जगह पे उतार देते हैं। हम उसको लाना चाहते हैं क्योंकि आपके यहां जो फल सब्जी पैदा होती है वो ताजा ताजा बड़े शहरों में पहुंचे ताकि आपको ज्यादा कमाई हो। और मैं आज हिंदुस्तान के सीमा पर देश की रक्षा कर रहे गांववासियों के बीच आया हूं। तब अभी मैं आप जो हमारी माताएं बहनें, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की बहनें जो उत्पादन पैदा करती है, जो मसाला, वो पहाड़ी नमक, ये सारी चीजें मैं देख रहा था। और पैकेजिंग वगैरह में बस सचमुच में मेरा मन बड़ा प्रसन्न कर गया जी। माताओं बहनों को प्रणाम करता हूं, क्या बढ़िया काम किया आपने। लेकिन मैं यहां से हिंदुस्तान भर से जो प्रवासी आते हैं, जो यात्री आते हैं, जो एडवेंचर के लिए आते हैं, जो श्रद्धा के लिए किसी भी तरीके से क्यों ना आते हो, एक जीवन में व्रत बनाइए कि आप यात्रा में जितना खर्चा करते हैं, ट्रैवलिंग का खर्चा करते होंगे, खाने के पीछे खर्चा करते होंगे, बड़ी होटल में रहने के लिए खर्चा करते होंगे, आप मन में एक व्रत बनाइए। मैं सभी 130 करोड़ देशवासियों को हिंदुस्तान के उस गांव से बता रहा हूं जो चीन के सीमा पर, भारत का ये सीमा पर रखवाली करने वाले गांव के बीच से बोल रहा हूं। मैं उनकी तरफ से बोल रहा हूं, आप जहां भी जाएं यात्रा करने के लिए, इस कठिन क्षेत्र में आए या पुरी चले जाएं या कन्याकुमारी चले जाएं या सोमनाथ चले, कहीं पर भी जाए, एक संकल्प कीजिए। जैसे मैं वोकल फॉर लोकल की बात करता हूं ना, मैं आज एक और संकल्प के लिए प्रार्थना करता हूं। और देशवासियों को प्रार्थना करना ये तो मेरा हक बनता है जी। मैं आदेश तो नहीं दे सकता हूं, प्रार्थना तो कर सकता हूं। मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं, आप जितना खर्चा करते हैं तय कीजिए कम से कम 5% जो टोटल खर्चा आपका यात्रा का होगा उसमें 5%, अगर 100 रुपया खर्चा करते हो तो 5 रुपया उस इलाके में जो कुछ भी स्थानीय उत्पाद है, स्थानीय लोग जो बनाते हैं आप उसको जरूर खरीदिए। आपके घर में है तो दूसरा लेके जाइए, किसी को भेंट दे दीजिए, लेकिन वहां से जरूर लेके जाइए। आपको मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं भाइयों बहनों, इन सारे क्षेत्रों में इतनी रोजी रोटी मिल जाएगी। अभी मुझे माताएं बहनें कह रही थी कि इस बार यात्री इतने आए। मैंने कहा कितनी बिक्री हुई? तो जरा पहले तो शर्मा गए बताते बताते। मैंने कहा नहीं बताइए बताइए। फिर उन्होंने कहा 2.5 लाख रुपए का बिक गया इस बार। उनको इतना संतोष था। अगर सब यात्री, सभी प्रवासी जहां जाए वहां स्थानीय जो गरीब लोग पैदा करते हैं, वैसी स्थानीय बनी हुई चीज 5% बजट ये जोड़ दीजिए। आप देखिए, आपको जीवन में संतोष होगा और घर में रखेंगे, बच्चों को बताएंगे कि देखिए हमने उस साल जब उत्तराखंड गए थे ना, ये तस्वीर तो तुझे अच्छी लगती है, उस तस्वीर के पीछे तो हमने 20 रुपया खर्च किया है, लेकिन ये जो छोटी चीज दिखती है ना, वहां की एक बूढ़ी मां बना रही थी, मैं उससे लेकर के आया था। आपको आनंद होगा, आपको संतोष होगा। इसलिए मैं आज यहां से पूरे देश को प्रार्थना कर रहा हूं, मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, पहाड़ के लोगों की पहली पहचान यही होती है कि वो बहुत मेहनती होते हैं। उन्हें उनके साहस, उनकी जुझारू प्रवृत्ति के लिए जाना जाता है। वो प्रकृति के प्रति शिकायत नहीं करते हैं, संकटों के बीच जीना सीख लेते हैं जी। लेकिन साहब, पहले की सरकारों के समय पहाड़ों के लोगों के सामर्थ्य को उनके खिलाफ ही इस्तेमाल किया गया। दशकों तक सरकारें ये सोचकर पहाड़ की उपेक्षा करती रही, वो मेहनतकश लोग हैं, पहाड़ जैसा उनका हौसला है, अरे उनकी तो ताकत इतनी है, उनको तो कुछ जरूरत नहीं, चल जाएगा। ये उनकी ताकत के साथ अन्याय था। उनकी ताकत है इसका मतलब ये तो नहीं है कि उनको ऐसे ही रहने दिया जाए, उनको भी तो सुविधा चाहिए। मुश्किल हालातों में पहाड़ के लोगों को मदद मिलनी चाहिए। जब सुविधाएं पहुंचाने की बात हो, जब सरकारी योजनाओं का लाभ पहुंचाने की बात हो, तो पहाड़ के लोगों का नंबर सबसे बाद में आता था। इस सोच के साथ देश कैसे आगे बढ़ता? पहाड़ के लोगों के साथ हो रहे इस अन्याय को मुझे समाप्त करना ही था। इसलिए पहले जिस इलाकों को देश की सीमाओं का अंत मानकर नजरअंदाज किया जाता था, हमने वहां से समृद्धि का आरंभ मानकर काम शुरू किया है। पहले देश का आखिरी गांव जानकर जिसकी उपेक्षा की जाती थी, हमने वहां के लोगों को अपेक्षाओं पर फोकस पर करके काम करना शुरू किया है। पहले देश के विकास में जिनका योगदान को महत्व नहीं दिया गया, हमने उन्हीं को साथ लेकर प्रगति के महान लक्ष्यों की ओर बढ़ने का संकल्प किया है। हमने पहाड़ की उन चुनौतियों का हल निकालने की कोशिश की है, जिससे जूझने में वहां के लोगों की बड़ी ऊर्जा व्यर्थ हो जाए, वो हमें मंजूर नहीं है। हमने हर गांव तक बिजली पहुंचाने का अभियान चलाया, जिसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ मेरे पहाड़ के भाई और बहनों को मिला। मुझे यहां गांव की सरपंच मां एक बहन से मिलना हुआ। मैं पूछ रहा था शौचालय बन गए? अरे बोले साहब बन गए। मैंने कहा पानी पहुंच रहा है? बोले पाइप लग रही है। इतनी चेहरे पर खुशी थी, अपने गांव में काम होने का आनंद था। उनके सरपंच महिला थी, बड़े गर्व से मुझे बता रही थी। हमने हर घर जल का अभियान चलाया, जिसकी वजह से आज उत्तराखंड के 65% से ज्यादा घरों में पाइप से पानी पहुंच चुका है। हमने हर पंचायत को ऑप्टिकल फाइबर से जोड़ने का अभियान चलाया, जिसकी वजह से उत्तराखंड के कोने कोने में आज डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी पहुंच रही। मैं आज देख रहा था, इनके वे भी ऑनलाइन पैसे ले रहे थे, डिजिटल फिनटेक। मैं जरा हमारे पार्लियामेंट में कुछ बुद्धिमान लोग बैठते हैं, उनको बताना चाहता हूं कि मणा आई है, मणा। ये मेरे माणा में देखिए 8वीं कक्षा भरी हुई मेरी मां बहने डिजिटल पेमेंट ले रही है। पेटीएम ऐसा लिखा हुआ है, क्यूआर कोड लगाया है अपने माल के सामने। ये ताकत मेरे देश की मुझे माणा गांव के लोगों के पास देख करके और गर्व हो रहा है। हमने गांवों में हेल्थ और वेलनेस सेंटर खोलने का अभियान चलाया, जिसकी वजह से आज गांव के पास चिकित्सा की सुविधा पहुंच रही है। इन अभियानों का बहुत बड़ा लाभ हमारी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को हुआ है। एक संवेदनशील सरकार, गरीबों का दुख दर्द समझने वाली सरकार कैसे काम करती है, ये आज देश के हर कोने में लोग अनुभव कर रहे हैं। कोरोना के इस काल में जब वैक्सीन लगवाने की बारी आई, अगर पहले की सरकारें होती तो शायद अभी तक वैक्सीन यहां तक ना आता, लेकिन ये मोदी है। मैंने कहा कोरोना जाए उसकी ज्यादा तेजी से मुझे वैक्सीन पहाड़ों में ले जानी है, और मैं सरकार को बधाई देता हूं। मेरे उत्तराखंड और मेरे हिमाचल 2 प्रदेशों ने सबसे पहले वैक्सीनेशन का काम पूरा कर दिया भाई। इस वैश्विक महामारी में लोगों को भूखमरी का शिकार ना होना पड़े, बच्चों को कुपोषण का शिकार ना होना पड़े, इसके लिए हमने प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना शुरू की। इस योजना की वजह से उत्तराखंड के भी लाखों लोगों को मुफ्त अनाज मिला, और हमने पक्का किया किसी गरीब के घर में भी कोई दिन ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए जब घर में चूल्हा न जला हो, रोटी न पकी हो, कोई बच्चा भूखा सोया हो, वो दिन में देखना नहीं चाहता था। और हम सफलतापूर्वक कर पाए भाइयों बहनों। कुछ समय पहले ही हमारी सरकार ने उस अवधि को और 3 महीना बढ़ा दिया है, ताकि इस त्योहारों के दिनों में हमारे गरीब परिवारों को दिक्कत न हो। डबल इंजन की सरकार के प्रयासों से अब उत्तराखंड में विकास कार्यों में फिर तेजी आ रही है। जो लोग घर से पलायन करके चले गए थे, अब अपने पुराने घरों में लौटने लगे हैं। होम स्टे, गेस्ट हाउस, ढाबों, छोटी छोटी दुकानों में अब रौनक बढ़ने लगी है। इन सुविधाओं से उत्तराखंड में पर्यटन का हो रहा है विस्तार, यहां के विकास को भी गति देने वाला है। मुझे खुशी है कि डबल इंजन की सरकार यहां के युवाओं को होम स्टे की सुविधा बढ़ाने के लिए, युवाओं के स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए निरंतर आर्थिक मदद दे रही है। सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों से युवाओं को एनसीसी से जोड़ने का अभियान भी यहां के युवाओं के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए तैयार हो रहा है। पूरे देश में सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र में जो अच्छी स्कूल होगी, अब एनसीसी हम वहां चलाएंगे। अहमदाबाद, मुंबई, चेन्नई, वहां एनसीसी 75 साल चली, अब एनसीसी चलेगी इन गांवों में। मेरे गांव के बच्चों को मिलेगा लाभ। साथियों, हमारे पहाड़ के लोगों की सबसे बड़ी चुनौती रहती है कनेक्टिविटी। कनेक्टिविटी ना हो तो पहाड़ पर जीवन वाकई पहाड़ जैसा हो जाता है। हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार इस चुनौती का भी समाधान कर रही है। आज उत्तराखंड को मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी प्रदान करने के लिए हर साधन पर काम किया जा रहा है। हिमालय की हरी भरी पहाड़ियां पर रेलगाड़ी की आवाज उत्तराखंड के विकास की एक नई गाथा लिखेगी। देहरादून एयरपोर्ट भी अब नए अवतार में सेवा दे रहा है। अभी मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश गया था, वहां मैंने वंदे भारत ट्रेन शुरू की, और मुझे कईयों ने बताया कि हमारे यहां 2-2 पीढ़ी पहले की जो उम्र के लोग हैं, ऐसे गांवों में, हर गांव में लोग हैं जिन्होंने अभी तक रेल नहीं देखी है, और आप हमारे हिमाचल में वंदे भारत ट्रेन ले आए। वंदे भारत ट्रेन तो अभी तो एक स्टेशन पहुंची है, लेकिन पूरे हिमाचल और पहाड़ के लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़ा तोहफा है। वो दिन मैं उत्तराखंड में भी देखना चाहता हूं भाई। आज चाहे हिमाचल से उत्तराखंड आना जाना हो, या फिर दिल्ली और यूपी से उत्तराखंड आना जाना, 4 लेन हाईवे और एक्सप्रेसवे जल्दी आपका स्वागत करने वाले हैं। 4 धाम ऑल वेदर रोड उत्तराखंड के लोगों के साथ साथ पर्यटकों का और श्रद्धालुओं को एक नया एहसास दे रहे हैं। अब हर कोई पर्यटक जो दूसरे राज्यों से उत्तराखंड आ रहा है, वो यहां से यात्रा का अद्भुत अनुभव लेकर जाता है। दिल्ली देहरादून इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर से दिल्ली देहरादून की दूरी तो कम होगी, इससे उत्तराखंड के उद्योगों को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। भाई और बहनों, आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी राष्ट्र रक्षा की भी गारंटी होती है। इसलिए बीते 8 सालों से हम इस दिशा में एक के बाद एक कदम उठा रहे हैं। कुछ साल पहले हमने कनेक्टिविटी की 2 बड़ी योजनाएं शुरू की थी, एक भारतमाला, दूसरी सागरमाला। भारतमाला के तहत देश के सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों को बेहतरीन और चौड़े हाईवे से जोड़ा जा रहा है। सागरमाला से अपने सागर तटों की कनेक्टिविटी को सशक्त किया जा रहा है। बीते 8 वर्षों में जम्मू कश्मीर से लेकर अरुणाचल प्रदेश तक बॉर्डर कनेक्टिविटी का भी अभूतपूर्व विस्तार हमने किया है। 2014 के बाद से बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने करीब करीब 7,000 किलोमीटर नई सड़कें का निर्माण किया है, सैकड़ों पुल नए बनाए हैं, बहुत सी महत्वपूर्ण टनल्स को भी पूरा काम किया है। एक समय था जब बॉर्डर किनारे सड़क बनाने के लिए भी दिल्ली से मंजूरी लेनी जरूरत पड़ती थी। हमने न सिर्फ इस बाध्यता को समाप्त किया, बल्कि बॉर्डर किनारे अच्छी सड़कें बनाने पर, तेजी से सड़कें बनाने पर जोर दे दिया। अब पहाड़ी राज्यों की कनेक्टिविटी को और बेहतर बनाने के लिए हमने विशेष तौर पर, जैसे सागरमाला है वैसे भारतमाला है, वैसे अब पर्वतमाला का काम आगे बढ़ने वाला है। इसके तहत उत्तराखंड और हिमाचल में रोपवे का एक बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क बनना शुरू हो चुका है। हमारे यहां जब हम बॉर्डर की बात सुनते हैं तो यही मन में आता है कि वहां सिर्फ फौजी साथी होंगे, बाकी सब वीरान होगा। लेकिन इस धारणा को भी हमें बदलना है और धरातल भी इसको हमें बदल के रहना है। हमारे बॉर्डर के गांवों में चहल पहल बढ़नी चाहिए, वहां विकास जीवन का उत्सव बनना चाहिए। ये हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और हम तो कहते हैं जो कभी गांव छोड़ करके गए हैं उनको अपने गांव वापस लौटने का मन कर जाए, ऐसा मुझे जिंदा गांव खड़े करने हैं। और मैं कह रहा हूं ऐसा नहीं, मैं करके आया हूं। गुजरात के अंदर पाकिस्तान की सीमा पर आखिरी गांव है कच्छ के रेगिस्तान में धोरडो। आज धोरडो बहुत बड़ा टूरिस्ट सेंटर बना हुआ है, लाखों लोग हर साल आते हैं, वहां के लोगों के लिए करोड़ों रुपए का व्यापार होता है। आखिरी गांव को जिंदा कर दिया, उसके कारण पूरा इलाका जिंदा हो गया। अभी मैंने पाकिस्तान की सीमा पर गुजरात का एक दूसरा इलाका है, रेगिस्तान में नालाबेट एक तीर्थ स्थान था, नालाबेट की जगह पर एक मां का स्थान था, वहां बहुत बड़ा स्थान बना दिया। और अभी उत्तराखंड के अफसरों को मैंने भेजा था, जरा देख के आइए क्या माणा के आसपास हम ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या। मैं सोच रहा हूं, मैं बॉर्डर के गांवों में कुछ न कुछ होना चाहिए दिमाग में खपाए बैठा हूं, और इसलिए मैं आज आया हूं क्योंकि मैं उसको जरा और बड़ी बारीकी से समझना चाहता हूं। और यहां माणा से माणा पास तक जो सड़क बनेगी उससे मुझे पक्का विश्वास है टूरिस्टों को आने जाने के लिए एक बड़ा नया युग शुरू हो जाएगा। लोग अब बद्री विशाल से वापस नहीं जाएंगे, जब तक माणा पास नहीं जाते वापस नहीं जाएंगे। वो स्थिति मैं पैदा करके रखूंगा भाई। इसी प्रकार जोशीमठ से मलारी सड़क के चौड़ीकरण के सामान्य लोगों के साथ ही हमारे फौजियों के लिए भी बॉर्डर तक पहुंचना बहुत आसान होगा। भाई और बहनों, हमारे पहाड़ी राज्यों की चुनौतियां भी एक जैसी है, विकास की आकांक्षाएं भी बहुत प्रबल है। विशेष रूप से उत्तराखंड और हिमाचल तो भूगोल और परंपरा के हिसाब से भी एक दूसरे से कई मामलों में जुड़े हुए हैं। एक गढ़वाल है और उत्तरकाशी के देहरादून के उस तरफ आपके शिमला और सिरमौर आ गए। जौनसार और सिरमौर के गिरिपार में तो अंतर करना भी कोई बहुत मुश्किल होता है। मैं तो अभी हिमाचल के अनेक क्षेत्रों में जाकर आया हूं, वहां उत्तराखंड की बहुत चर्चा है। हिमाचल वाले कह रहे हैं कि जिस प्रकार उत्तराखंड ने तेज विकास के लिए, धरोहरों आस्था के स्थानों को विकास के लिए, बॉर्डर और पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों की सुविधा बढ़ाने के लिए डबल इंजन के सरकार को दोबारा ले आए हैं। वही मंत्र हिमाचल को भी प्रेरणा दे रहा है। मैं उत्तराखंड को फिर विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि आपकी आशा व आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए हमारी मेहनत कभी कम नहीं होगी। मैं बाबा केदार और बद्री विशाल से इस जन विश्वास पर खरा उतरने का आशीर्वाद मांगने भी यहां आया हूं। एक बार फिर विकास के लिए, विकास की परियोजनाओं के लिए मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। और इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आप आशीर्वाद देने आए, माताएं बहनें आई। शायद आज घर में कोई नहीं होगा, छोटा सा माणा आज पूरा यहां माहौल बदल दिया है। मैं कितना भाग्यवान हूं जब ये माताएं बहनें मुझे आशीर्वाद दी। आज सचमुच मेरा जीवन धन्य हो गया है। मैं दीपावली की आप सभी को अग्रिम शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और मैं आपके उत्तम स्वास्थ्य के लिए, आपके बच्चों की उत्तम प्रगति के लिए बद्री विशाल के चरणों में प्रार्थना करते हुए मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। मेरे साथ पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की जय बद्री विशाल, जय बद्री विशाल, जय बद्री विशाल, जय बाबा केदार, जय बाबा केदार, जय बाबा केदार।
आपके ओजस्वी उद्बोधन के लिए बहुत बहुत आभार मान्यवर। आपके वचनों की प्रतिबद्धता में, आपकी वाणी की दिव्यता में, नेतृत्व की प्रबलता में विश्व पटल पर पुनः विश्व गुरु सा उभरता हिंदुस्तान नजर आता है। आइए पुनः हाथ ऊपर करके तालियों के जय घोष से धन्यवाद करें हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का। कोरोना वैक्सीन से तेजस विमान तक, ऑक्सीजन प्लांट से मंगलयान तक उपलब्धियों के नए कीर्तिमान गढ़ता आत्मनिर्भर भारत पूरी दुनिया का मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए पूरी तरह से।
All right, we just heard the Prime Minister speaking live from Badrinath, where he said the Delhi-Dehradun Economic Corridor will soon become a reality, and the entire focus, the top focus, is to connect the hilly regions.
Which means 8 new central secretariat buildings, all that. But we will only know when the tenders are done. We are at a very initial stage yet. We've done Kartavya Path. I think the budget estimate was what, 600 crores or something like that, and we've got it done for what, 450 or so, as far as I remember. So as I said, this is not just make-believe, but they tried to create a narrative to somehow say that during the COVID pandemic, the government was being wasteful and building. I went hoarse trying to tell them that the COVID management is a completely different thing. And look, again, the facts speak for themselves. We have, rather the system, the Prime Minister's operation have resulted in 219 crore vaccine doses to be distributed free almost to all our citizens.
True.
Whenever I go into a public debate, I ask people, is there anyone amongst you who's not had 2 shots? Not a single. And I ask, many of you have had 3 shots? Hands go up. And what was the opposition saying then? Mr. Jairam Ramesh, one of the gentlemen whose quote you read, said the government is not completed the clinical trials for the domestically produced vaccine, Covaxin. Otherwise, government must have applied its mind, government must have done something. Now, I'm not sure if that argument being advanced then was designed to facilitate the import of expensive foreign vaccines.
You're saying political parties can become a conduit or lobbies for corporates?
Well, I'll give you another example. There is a Yuva Neta. Now, you don't require much imagination.
How old is he, sir?
Looks 25, maybe 50, I don't know. He turned around and said, Modi ji, हमारे बच्चों की वैक्सीन कहाँ है? And me in my normal style, I said, राजस्थान में जहाँ आपकी सरकार है, उसके वहाँ पे आपने कूड़े में फेंक दिया, और पंजाब में आपकी सरकार है, उस समय थी, वहाँ पे आप मुनाफाखोरी कर रहे हैं. So that vaccine, when we are talking about false news, false narrative, it's not anything I deal with. Anything I deal with, it comes because there are.
Is it changing? Because I saw recently things are changing, like a magazine that is constantly against India and keeps abusing India, maybe to reach out to a particular audience, has now started accepting that we are one of the fastest growing economies.
You know why it's changing?
Why?
Because the reality is asserting itself. You're right.
You're right. But
I'm 100% sure.
But I get angry. I'll tell you why I get angry. I'm told this is Bloomberg, I'm not sure. Look at this headline, gentlemen. And by the way, Mr. Puri, your next answer, it will be my last question, open it up. By the way, Mr. Puri has been one of the finest diplomats representing India globally and especially in the United Nations. So there is something we need to ask him here. When this news agency says, Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy. Look at this. Britain drops to become the 6th largest economy.
I thought the one that is becoming something is the one which is...
No, see the next line. See the next line. The former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony. I'm talking to you about mindsets. You've talked to me about falsities, information war internally. But I also believe there is a greater matter externally. And I believe it's time we need a counter. I truly believe this country needs a stronger counter, but I'd like your thoughts on it.
But before you throw this open, I have just one small comment.
Please.
You know, as a student of history, I can tell you that we had republics in the east of India, Vaishali, hundreds of years before Christ. We are a 7,000-year-old civilization. That British exposure, look, I'm an admirer of the UK. I have a lot of friends, so I'm not going to that. You've studied there, so I have to be polite. But
where?
At Oxford, don't do that.
Oxford and Cambridge.
Okay. Now, issue is the British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that. So I totally say it's not that India has become the 5th largest economy. I want to add something to that. India will be the 3rd largest economy in the world by 2030.
Whoa. That's a good headline to give us, sir. 3rd largest by 2030.
I have no doubt about that.
That's incredible.
I travel all around the world on my job. Don't see this kind of economic buzz that I see in India anywhere in the world.
You and Mr. Jaishankar, and you are the angry young men in this government now. Angry. You are a little more angry, and he's also angry. So it's like a Amitabh Bachchan, Shashi Kapoor combination. But we are enjoying it. I enjoy it when you go to the US and elegantly lose your cool when it comes to questions about our imports of oil from Russia, for example, right? I want to know from you how the Western world responds to you.
I told a young colleague who's a member of the Foreign Service who's now working in my ministry, and he said we are likely to come under this, that, and the other. He was thinking like pressure. I told him, young man, pressure is something, unless you're doing weight training, it's only something that can be felt in the mind. But if your mind is wired not to feel the pressure, I don't think there's anyone who can pressure Modi's India. Simply all that.
Fantastic. Okay, opening up to some questions. All right, Uday, let's rotate a mic around a bit. You got a mic rotating? Okay, I'll take 3 questions. Okay, any of the NBF members, anyone wants to put a question here? We'll put a couple of questions. Anyone here? Anyone internally? Okay, Karthik's putting a question, then I'll take the mic behind.
Sir, Arnab just spoke about how Bloomberg had positioned India on becoming the 5th largest economy. Do you feel that the foreign media is fair to India in the way we have progressed in the last 8 years, and India's position in the world globally has become more formidable? Do you find that the global media is giving India its due credit, what it deserves?
Look, first of all, my distinguished colleague and friend in the Rajya Sabha, first of all, India is not looking for credit, point 1. Number 2, who is the foreign media? Now, most of the people I know in the foreign media who have any knowledge of India are the Indians working for the foreign media stationed in Delhi. Okay. Now, they have habitually got used to looking for that narrative where something is going wrong.
Correct.
It's been part of their DNA.
Snake
Arey bhai, wo
logic.
barish aa gayi. One colleague of my dear friend, the host, one day it rained incessantly and there were 2 or 3 inches of water which collected in that underpath and Kartavya path. He said, and this MP, who's from a state neighboring here, said, 6,000 crores down the tube. Because down the tube, is a play on words. Why? Because 3-inch barish you collect hogi, the whole central vista is destroyed. And they showed some old pictures. Okay? When it was under construction. Now, the chief operating officers of the department have to swing in. So I was abroad, I called the CPWD Director General and I said, yaar, wo kya kehta nahi, kya photo to ye hai. तो मैंने कहा ये कौन सी फोटो तो पुरानी थी whatever नहीं. And then somebody working with him was so illiterate, he turned around and said, we have just uploaded it from Google. But the uploading time is, you can upload an old photo and the time which will be shown will be when
by that time it's gone over the world.
By that time it's gone all over the world. Look, there is a sneaking streak, admiration and appreciation for what India has done. Even our worst critics will tell you India's COVID management, its healthcare sector reform, its contribution to sustainability, green energy, is second to none. Plus, the economy is growing at 7% for heaven's sake, at a time when the largest economy is in a quarter-to-quarter recession, when countries in Europe are today in financial straits. So there is admiration. Is everybody happy about it? I'm sorry, Karthika, let me tell you, in our own system, we have 10 friends, 2 do very well. तो थोड़ा सा तो अरे ये कैसे निकल गया? वो इंडिया में एक और होता था यार. Remember when you were much younger, when we were in the university, we used to call it the crab mentality. If a crab tries to grow up, all the others combine to pull him down. Yeah. So itni kharab nahi hai, but the fact of the matter is, why do you have countries lining up to visit India? Why is the Prime Minister on a personal level in a very dynamic, interactive summit diplomacy thing with all the leaders of the world? And the facts speak for themselves. There's a large country which is completely in lockdown, the major cities. And here I don't see a single one of us wearing a mask.
Sir, one more question. Just one more. Let me take it back, Karthik. One more. Pass it on to any one person, please, in the audience. Yeah, I know you've got lots of questions, but...
Lots of hands are coming up, but yes. Mr. Puri, can you just tell about this Ukraine-Russia war going on? How long it will continue and what are the political...
You should address that question.
Mr. Jaishankar, okay, we'll pass
address that question
we'll take another
to my colleague or to
one more question.
The presidents of the 2 countries or the others involved in supporting them.
Sir, I come from the 6th largest economy in the world. So I'm a little ashamed to be in front of you. But may I ask, you have covered this subject of battling fake news with great, really very, very good attitude to it. why then is it necessary for government to intervene against fake news when the truth surely should be the best tool in battling fake news?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm not entirely sure whether I understood the question, but if I think I got, there may have been a sound issue involved.
What is the why does the government need to have a role at all in countering fake news? Shouldn't the truth speak up for itself?
Yes,
Is more or less what you say?
truth is the best defense in all cases. Only problem is when you have the responsibility of running a government and a piece of false news goes around, social media, mobilization, etc., it can create devastating consequences. Let me give you, if somebody spreads the news that there has been a social disturbance somewhere,
Right.
and the root goes away and says, well, denominationally this is happening, minority community, it can, government does not need to counter everything. Therefore, everything that's written about me or my ministry, I don't counter. I follow our host's example and say, let the facts speak for them.
Correct.
But sometimes it becomes necessary in order to contain the damage.
Well, Mr. Puri, all I'll tell you is we love the way in which you fiercely counter the narrative. More power to you. And thank you very much for coming for the NBF summit, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Sir,
very much.
thank you, Mr. Puri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hardeep Singh Puri ji, for joining us in that riveting session. And thank you, Mr. Arnav Goswami, for moderating that session. We will, of course, be continuing these conversations through the day, of course, today, Niranjan, as we move forward in the NBF.
Yes, we're breaking for lunch for exactly 20 minutes. 20-minute lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it has to be a quick lunch because we have the Assam Chief Minister coming up after that. Requesting everyone to reconvene at 2:50 p.m. At 2:50 we reconvene and we have a superb lineup in the second half. At 2:50 p.m.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being exported into the government, into the private sector, into all sorts of places. It's very fashionable for the young people in the humanities and social sciences to mimic American social thought and bring it into India. That's the reality.
Now the major two projects that he is going to inaugurate, the Prime Minister is going to inaugurate in Kedarnath, are the two major ropeways. Now the cost of both these ropeways amount to about 2,400 crores. The rest is for the road connectivity and other religious connectivity in the state of Uttarakhand. Now talking about the ropeways, the ropeway number one is connecting from Gaurikund to Kedarnath. Now remember, Gaurikund to Kedarnath, we travelled yesterday and it was by foot. It took us about 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours by foot, and that also when we were walking at our normal speed. So 6 to 7 hours of speed will be covered by this ropeway. When this ropeway is inaugurated, it will be covered. This distance of 16 kilometers will be covered in just about 30 minutes. Like yesterday, it took us almost 6 to 7 hours. This 6 to 7 hour distance will be covered in just 30 minutes.
When you told me that Republic should go global, I feel that we should have our own opportunities to do that, and our own service to our country, we will do exactly what you're saying and more. Mr. Malhotra, you identified the snakes, you identified the modus operandi. What is the solution that you identified?
Breaking India 1.0 was targeting the poor people in the villages, trying to convert them and all that. And Breaking India 2.0 is targeting the top people, the elite people, their kids. I think it's very dangerous because they are dismantling institutions. Republic TV should take on Al Jazeera, BBC, Fox TV, become a global enterprise. I'll do everything I can to make that happen because I think we need such an enterprise on the world stage. So if you were to get interested in doing that, I would be delighted.
Of Article
370 and 35A, there were provisions for holding the official accommodation of the residents, but after the abrogation, the laws in Jammu and Kashmir got changed. Now she is not entitled for the property where she is presently residing, and now we are seeing the government has issued notice to Miss Mufti on 15th of October. So almost 7 days are exhausted, will be exhausted tomorrow, and we are picking.
Good afternoon, everybody, and let me thank the NBF for having invited me and to share my thoughts on the future of news, TV and digital for this very distinguished audience. I'm very happy that the NBF has organized this national conclave, and especially having called the channels of the vernacular languages, because vernacular languages hold a very, very important space in this very diverse linguistic population that we have. And I think with the wide viewership they have, they are no less important than the news channels, English news channels, in fact more they are. Well, it's been a pity that over the last 2 years, we have not been able to have such large gatherings and meet in such large scale because of the widespread pandemic. And even though the problem is far from over, I think it's been a real magic and marvel how we have been able to overcome it with the grit and determination of the government and the foresightedness. And I think the great work which our frontline workers, doctors, paramedics all have done, the scientists and pharmaceuticals, and the vaccination drive which has been almost unparalleled internationally. And here I would say the role of the media was very, very important. It was not far back when the United Nations had said that this is like an infodemic, the type of fake news which is spreading around pandemic. And while the government took very good swift steps for that, I think the media played a very, very important role in trying to ensure that the news which is going on to the people about a disease which was very less known, very less heard of, was the correct, factually correct and balanced. And while the ministry did, I remember I would talk to people at 10 p.m. in the night, tell them this is the decision, please convey to the people. And that is how the media played a very, very important role. And kudos to all of you who are here for having been so responsible during real difficult times which this country faced. Well, I must say in both crisis times and good times, the television and print are here to stay and stay for long. While there is a discernible shift towards digital media, and all of us are aware of that because of the powered by technology, but to a very large extent, the good news that is coming on traditional TV platforms, on newsprint, the same thing is going on the digital version. So the chunk of good news, the chunk of the balanced news, whether it's on digital also, it is coming from the traditional media platforms. And therefore, even though there is a mushrooming of the standalone digital news outlets on the intermediary platforms like YouTube, etc., I think the responsibility and the credibility of the traditional news platforms stands intact. And in times to come, their responsibility would grow even further. Today I read in the newspapers, there was a report by the CSDS, the Center for Studies on Developing Societies. They had done a survey, and they said that maximum news consumption of people in this country is from the television news channels. And they also said that Doordarshan was most trustworthy. So we felt happy about it. That is not to take away anything from the private news channels. The issue of these mushrooming of news outlets, digital news platforms, and whether it is causing any threat to the traditional news platforms. In the last few years, we also saw a lot of journalists who are working in these news platforms, in the traditional news platforms, fanning out and starting their own news portals. And I think if somebody with years of experience of good journalism, if he goes into a digital platform, he will be as good as he was on a traditional news platform. A good journalist is a good journalist, irrespective of the platform on which he is. So I think the challenge is to continue with the good content, irrespective of the platform where you are. Well, we in the ministry have always tried to do this balancing act between what we have, the constitutional rights of freedom of speech and expression, and the type of reasonable restrictions in the form of self-discipline, which we always talk about self-discipline, through various code of ethics, whether it is on print or television or digital. And this balancing act has led to a situation where we developed this three-tier regulatory mechanism. And I must compliment the NBF. NBF was among the first to reach out to the Government of India, to the ministry, and say, yes, we want to register ourselves both for the three-tier mechanism of television and the three-tier mechanism of digital media. And that reaching out by NBF said two things. Number one, not only to the government but to the citizens of the country, that we believe in law, we uphold the law, we respect the law, and we value the citizens' views. That is the message which NBF gave, and we are thankful to them for having done that. Well, a few things which we have done, I don't really spend too much time on that. The fact-check unit which has been there in the Press Information Bureau. One new thing which we have brought, and I think I must talk about it, is there is a research unit which we have developed. Research unit which is manned by young professionals. They are people who have degrees in journalism, they have experience of journalism, and they have hand out together as a team, and we are trying to develop some authentic documents on various aspects of how government functions on various sectors, socio-economic, health sectors. And these documents are then placed for the media to take advantage of. And I must say that a large number of stories which media is carrying is fanning out of these documents which this PIB research unit is doing. About 400 more documents have been prepared. So I will urge upon you, all of you, just go through that PIB website, see these documents. These documents could be quite useful in preparing authentic and balanced information and reaching out to the people of this country. Well, we all know that for any industry, commercial considerations are important. You're there for business. But while it is possible to say that, well, that can be the only consideration as far as certain entities are concerned, you stand out as a different profession. Because what you are producing and what people are consuming has externalities. It is not enough to say that we have a news, but that whatever you are speaking over TV debates, over news, whatever you are telling about to the people, that shapes minds, that influences people, that shapes career. So there is a large externality, and therefore the very, very important aspect of responsible journalism, I think I don't have to talk about it, all of you are quite aware of it. And all I can say is that we had to take some very decisive steps. It was a matter of real shame. Over the last few months, you might have heard or you might have read in the newspapers and television channels. It was a matter of shame, and we were constrained to block a few news channels. That was something which we had to do as a drastic step to ensure that news which is palpably anti-national, fake and frivolous needs to be blocked, needs to be curbed. And more shameful was an observation that these channels had large viewership. So in a way, the good content was being driven out by bad content. That is the real challenge. How do we ensure that the good content gets a good viewership, a large viewership? And there's a behavioral change which is required. Why should people watch bad content over good content? Why should people watch fake content over genuine content? So there is a behavioral change pattern required, but at the same time, as long as the good content is there, TV will continue and TV will prosper. Thank you so much once again for having invited me. Thank you.
सर, आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फबारी देखने को मिली कल। और उससे भी बेहतर ये है कि मोदी जी आ गए थे यहाँ पे।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
पुणे, महाराष्ट्र।
So you see, we have people from Pune, and just before some time I was talking to a few people who are not from you, who've come from US to take the blessings of Mahadev, the majestic shivling inside. Remember, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we have here, and it's considered one of the most holiest places. We'll also get some of more reactions of the people. We'll get your reactions of the priest here, but let me just ask my camera person to pan around and show the majestic view that we have. This majestic view of snow-clad mountain, of snow-clad mountains surrounded by snow, and in between we have this majestic, the beautiful, the holiest temple shrine of Kedarnath temple.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being exported into the government, into the private sector, into all sorts of places. It's very fashionable for the young people in the humanities and social sciences to mimic American social thought and bring it into India. That's the reality.
Of Article 370 and 35A, there were provisions for holding the official accommodation of the residents, but after the abrogation, the laws in Jammu and Kashmir got changed. Now she is not entitled for the property where she is presently residing, and now we are seeing the government has issued notice to Miss Mufti on 15th of October. So almost 7 days are will be exhausted tomorrow, and we are picking from the sources within the administration that tomorrow the administration will make another move by sending the eviction notice to Miss Mufti, and within 4 days she has to leave the accommodation which is known as Fairview Bungalow in Gubkar. Government is ready to provide another alternative accommodation to Miss Mufti in Srinagar city only, which is going to be again a secure accommodation. Needs to be seen that whether the Mufti will accommodate, leave the residence, will leave the official residence that was earlier allotted to her, or she is ready to pay the rent to the same bungalow as per the commercial rates.
We have also the temple priest here. Sir, आज प्रधानमंत्री आए थे यहाँ पे दर्शन पूजन करने के लिए. कैसा रहा उनका सफर? आपका कैसा एक्सपीरियंस है यहाँ पे?
बहुत बढ़िया सफर रहा उनका. बहुत जनता में बड़ी खुशी रही है. तीर्थ पुरोहितों में भी खुशी रही है, और यात्रा काफ़ी तेजी से चल रहा है, और यात्रा जो है कि बहुत अच्छे सुषम रूप से उन्होंने दिखाई है, बढ़िया ढंग से. मोदी जी हर साल आते हैं और अच्छे प्रोग्राम यहाँ पर करते हैं. यहाँ के लिए जो है निर्माण हेतु जो है बन रहा है मोदी जी के, उसमें बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है.
ये कहा जाता है कि 2013 में जब फ्लड्स आए थे, जब सब कुछ बिगड़ गया था, यहाँ पे सब कुछ नहीं बचा था. यहाँ पे एक केदारनाथ मंदिर ही है जो वैसा
of Baba Kedar today. Donning in an attire made by Chamba women of Himachal Pradesh, the Prime Minister was warmly welcomed by the people. During PM's last visit to Himachal, Chamba women gifted him Chola Dora, a traditional dress which is known for its history and fine handwork. The beautiful traditional male wear chola is a long loose woolen dress up to the knees, tied round the waist with several Dora rounds. The combination of chola and Dora together outshines Himachal's tradition. PM Narendra Modi, while keeping his promise to Chamba women, wore Chola Dora as he kicked off his historic pilgrimage. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on receiving the dress, promised the Chamba woman that he would wear it at the first instance during his Uttarakhand visit. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi honored the woman by keeping his word. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
When you told me that Republic should go global, I feel that we should have our own opportunities to do that, and our own service to our country, we will do exactly what you're saying and more. Mr. Malhotra, you identified the snakes, you identified the modus operandi. What is the solution that you identified?
Breaking India 1.0 was targeting the poor people in the villages, trying to convert them and all that. And Breaking India 2.0 is targeting the top people, the elite people, their kids. I think it's very dangerous because they are dismantling institutions. Republic TV should take on Al Jazeera, BBC, Fox TV, become a global enterprise. I'll do everything I can to make that happen because I think we need such an enterprise on the world stage. So if you were to get interested in doing that, I would be delighted.
सर आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया, क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फबारी देखने को मिली कल। और उससे भी बेहतर ये है कि मोदी जी आ गए थे यहाँ पे।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
पुणे, महाराष्ट्र।
So you see, we have people from Pune, and just before some time I was talking to a few people who are not from you, who've come from US, to take the blessings of Mahadev, the majestic shivling inside. Remember, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we have here, and it's considered one of the most holiest places. We'll also get some of more reactions of the people. We'll get your reactions of the priest here, but let me just ask my camera person to pan around and show the majestic view that we have. This majestic view of snow-clad mountain, of snow-clad mountains surrounded by snow, and in between we have this majestic, the beautiful, the holiest temple shrine of Kedarnath temple.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being
When I go to that side, deeper south, because you know political divide, some people have strong views. Why should one learn Hindi? My answer is very simple. I gave a formula to them also. One, no imposition. Second, no opposition. That should be the position. No imposition of any language. But at the same time, no opposition to any language. Why should we oppose any language? Even I am a strong, ardent admirer of mother tongues, but at the same time, I don't have opposition to English. It's an international language. In certain places, you need to know English. So we should not oppose anything. Why we stress more on that is that we must have a Indian mindset, not English mindset. Because after all, we are Indians. That is one important aspect I would like to bring to your notice.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Of Article 370 and 35A, there were provisions for holding the official accommodation of the residents, but after the abrogation, the laws in Jammu and Kashmir got changed. Now she is not entitled for the property where she is presently residing, and now we are seeing the government has issued notice to Miss Mufti on 15th of October. So almost 7 days are will be exhausted tomorrow, and we are picking from the sources within the administration that tomorrow the administration will make another move by sending the eviction notice to Miss Mufti, and within 4 days she has to leave the accommodation which is known as Fairview Bungalow in Gopkar. Government is ready to provide another alternative accommodation to Miss Mufti in Srinagar city only, which is going to be again a secure accommodation. Needs to be seen that whether the Mufti will accommodate, will leave the residence, will leave the official residence that was earlier allotted to her, or she is ready to pay the rent to the same bungalow as per the commercial rates.
We have also the temple priest here. Sir, आज प्रधानमंत्री आए थे यहाँ पे दर्शन पूजन करने के लिए. कैसा रहा उनका सफ़र? आपका कैसा एक्सपीरियंस है यहाँ पे?
बहुत बढ़िया सफ़र रहा उनका. बहुत जनता में बड़ी खुशी रही है. तीर्थ पुरोहितों में भी खुशी रही है, और यात्रा काफ़ी तेज़ी से चल रहा है. और यात्रा जो है कि बहुत अच्छे सुषम रूप से उन्होंने दिखाई है, बढ़िया ढंग से. मोदी जी हर साल आते हैं और अच्छे प्रोग्राम यहाँ पर करते हैं। यहाँ के लिए जो है निर्माण हेतु जो है बन रहा है मोदी जी के, उसमें बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है।
ये कहा जाता है कि 2013 में जब फ्लड्स आए थे, जब सब कुछ बिगड़ गया था, यहाँ पे सब कुछ नहीं बचा था, यहाँ पे एक केदारनाथ मंदिर ही है जो वैसा का वैसा ही कटा रहा, 1 इंच भी नहीं हिला है। उसके ठीक बाद 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री बने और उन्होंने ये प्रण लिया कि वो केदारनाथ को एक नई दृष्टि देंगे, एक नया उसको पूरा एम्पलीफाई करेंगे, उस एरिया को रिलीजियस टूरिज्म बूस्ट करेंगे। ये पूरा सफल हो पाया उनका प्लान?
जी मैडम जी, बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है। उन्होंने बहुत जोर से काम किया है यहाँ पे। इतना 2013 में लग नहीं रहा था कि यहाँ दोबारा ऐसी स्थिति आएगी, बनेगा, तो उन्होंने इतना बढ़िया वो कर दिया। 2013 में जो है काफ़ी भवन बना दिए और अब तो काफ़ी लोगों के लिए रहने के लिए यहाँ पर जो है काफ़ी सुविधा हो गई है। कम से कम 15-16 हज़ार यात्री पर दिन यहाँ पर मई जून में आते हैं, तो सबकी व्यवस्था बढ़िया ढंग से होती है।
Now the major 2 projects that he is going to inaugurate, the Prime Minister is going to inaugurate in Kedarnath are the 2 major ropeways. Now the cost of both these ropeways amount to about 2,400 crores. The rest is for the road connectivity and other religious connectivity in the state of Uttarakhand. Now talking about the ropeways, the ropeway number 1 is connecting from Gaurikund to Kedarnath. Now remember, Gaurikund to Kedarnath, we traveled yesterday and it was by foot. It took us about
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being exported into the government, into the private sector, into all sorts of places. It's very fashionable for the young people in the humanities and social sciences to mimic American social thought and bring it into India. That's the reality.
Of Article 370 and 35A, there were provisions for holding the official accommodation of the residents, but after the abrogation, the laws in Jammu and Kashmir got changed. Now she is not entitled for the property where she is presently residing, and now we are seeing the government has issued notice to Miss Mufti on 15th of October. So almost 7 days are will be exhausted tomorrow, and we are picking from the sources within the administration that tomorrow the administration will make another move by sending the eviction notice to Miss Mufti, and within 4 days she has to leave the accommodation which is known as Fairview Bungalow in Gubkar. Government is ready to provide another alternative accommodation to Miss Mufti in Srinagar city only, which is going to be again a secure accommodation. Needs to be seen that whether the Mufti will accommodate, will leave the residence, will leave the official residence that was earlier allotted to her, or she is ready to pay the rent to the same bungalow as per the commercial rates.
We have also the temple priest here. Sir, आज प्रधानमंत्री आए थे यहाँ पे दर्शन पूजन करने के लिए. कैसा रहा उनका सफ़र? आपका कैसा एक्सपीरियंस है यहाँ पे?
बहुत बढ़िया सफ़र रहा उनका. बहुत जनता में बड़ी खुशी रही है. तीर्थ पुरोहितों में भी खुशी रही है और यात्रा काफ़ी तेज़ी से चल रहा है. और यात्रा जो है कि बहुत अच्छे सुषम रूप से उन्होंने दिखाई है, बढ़िया ढंग से. मोदी जी हर साल आते हैं और अच्छे प्रोग्राम यहाँ पर करते हैं. यहाँ के लिए जो है निर्माण हेतु जो है बन रहा है मोदी जी के, उसमें बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है.
ये कहा जाता है कि 2013 में जब फ्लड्स आए थे, जब सब कुछ बिगड़ गया था, यहाँ पे सब कुछ नहीं बचा था. यहाँ पे एक केदारनाथ मंदिर ही है जो
Respected Shri Venkaiah Naidu ji, good morning and thank you for taking the time and the effort. I know you have just returned from an international trip and you have changed your schedule to be with us this morning, and all of us at the News Broadcasters Federation are very grateful for this gesture of yours, Venkaiah ji. So big round of applause for Venkaiah Naidu ji for agreeing to inaugurate this session and being our first speaker. Venkaiah ji, and to all the industry stalwarts, members of the media fraternity of the country, my dearest colleagues at the NBF, ladies and gentlemen, I want to just say a few words about the News Broadcasters Federation. We have felt in this country a crying need for a balancing in the media narrative. We have felt for a very long time that there is a lack of balance in the representation of media in this country. This country speaks many languages, has tremendous diversity, and for decades, centuries, publishers and broadcasters in several languages have been working tirelessly in different parts of the country to convey the news to respective audiences. But they have not got enough representation at the national level. We felt about 3 years back that it is time to balance the narrative. It is time to create a federation which truly gives a voice to those who are working in the media, giving the people who are voice, but who have not had a voice themselves. So to give all of these various channels across the country and news organizations across the country a voice, we created an association. When we created an association, we did not call it an association, because an association is a trade body. We don't see ourselves as a trade body. We see ourselves as a representation of the diversity of this country. So we didn't call it an association, we deliberately called it a federation. This is therefore the News Broadcasters Federation. It represents the federal spirit of this country. And I must say today, it gives me so much pride to say, when we have meetings of the NBF, people join on the Zoom call from diverse parts of the country with their own perspectives. And sometimes people ask me, what is it like running the NBF? I said, it is more complicated than a coalition government. But I can tell you it's more stable than most coalition governments in this country, because everyone comes together for that common purpose. Sir, we are delighted today to tell you that no news organization in this country has ever organized a national event at this scale ever, and we have worked tirelessly to make this event happen. We want to give voice, so I want to also thank all my various fantastic colleagues at the NBF for giving me this opportunity. Through the day we will have wonderful sessions. We have some of the biggest names, Venkaiah ji, from the media, news, business and industry who are joining us today. Several people are there. I see 3 of my close friends here, Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, who has traveled all the way. We have Mr. Shashi Sinha, who is from IPG and also the chairman of BARC. and therefore very important to us. And we have PK, who is the CEO of Group M in South Asia. These are people who have supported the news industry for years and seen various ups and downs of the news industry. Venkaiah ji, the fact that so many stakeholders are coming on one platform leaves me with one conclusion which I will wrap up with. Why are so many important people from the industry here today? Because they believe in the news. They believe in the news. News is the fundamental instrument of democratic change in our country. And we are here today to strengthen the news and strengthen the country's democracy. So a big thank you to all of you and a big round of applause for the News Broadcasting Federation. Thank you very much, and let's have a wonderful day. Let's have a wonderful day, and we all look forward to your speech, sir. You've been MIB Minister before you became Vice President. You are really passionately involved with the media, so we look forward to hearing you, sir. They'll soon invite you. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
When I go to that side, deeper south, because you know political divide, some people have strong views. Why should one learn Hindi? My answer is very simple. I gave a formula to them also. 1, no imposition. 2nd, no opposition. That should be the position. No imposition of any language. But at the same time, no opposition to any language. Why should we oppose any language? Even I am a strong, ardent admirer of mother tongues, but at the same time, I don't have opposition to English. It's an international language. In certain places, you need to know English. So we should not oppose anything. Why we stress more on that is that we must have a Indian mindset, not English mindset. Because after all, we are Indians. That is one important aspect I would like to bring to your notice. And then rule of law. Everybody should follow the rule of law. Nobody can be above law. Either a politician, or elected representative, or selected representative, or media, everybody should follow the rule of law. This federation, which is formed with a wide representation from different states and different languages of the country, it needs to be strengthened. I hope that more and more people join, come together, discuss, and also should really follow the true principles and essential principles of freedom of press, and should be in the vanguard of protecting democratic structure of the country, and also promote national integration. अलग भाषा अलग वेश फिर भी अपना एक देश, विविधता में एकता भारत का विशेषता. Irrespective of caste, creed, sex, religion and region, we are Indians, we are Bharatiyas. That sort of principle has to be kept in mind. During the COVID, the media has played a great role. The medical fraternity and the media was able to pass on the information to the people and also worked as a link. So I compliment the media and do not cross the Lakshman Rekha. Nobody should cross the Lakshman Rekha. All of us should follow the democratic principles and also abide by the Constitution. Nothing wrong if you want to change in Constitution, you can argue for that, you can put forth your point of view, because our Constitution has been changed a number of times, amended also. But at the same time, whatever is in vogue, we should respect that.
So, Bach created a landing page algorithm about, I forget, 3 years back. At that time, I was not the chairman, but I was involved running the TechCom, along with, the core TechCom, the broadcaster and an advertiser. So the then CEO of Bach, and there was an oversight committee in Praveen Tripathi, various people designed the algorithm, and they came back saying that we must cut out the entire session. So if we are discovering landing page, the entire session should go out, correct? Which is in a way what you're asking for, that the entire session should go out. At that point in time, the broadcaster nominee, and there's a point I'm going to make at the end of it. The broadcaster nominee on the core TechCom was from a large GEC, and he turned around and said, they were also playing cricket. He said, are you trying to say when I get a big tournament like IPL, and if you take out whatever the landing page, the whole session will go out, the whole match will go out. And he said, this is not acceptable. You know, we are doing it as a sampling mechanism, and sampling is there if someone is staying on, so you find out what is less and you want to move out. This is one point. The second suggestion which was made, and then the advertiser member on the core TechCom, very respected and able guy, he said, listen, we as advertisers, and I remember those words vividly, you know, we do shop displays, and shop displays, if you're doing merchandising, and if someone buys because of that, so be it. So this was the interesting thing. Or no, the interesting thing was that BARC had recommended knock off the entire session, and it was shut down.
So you are saying that in spirit, allow me to complete. You are saying that in spirit you disagree with the measurement of landing pages on the shop floor issue. One counter to you.
No, listen,
if I go to a shop,
let me complete the whole story.
Okay, sure.
The story is there now. So point I'm making, what I have where in my IPG hat is a separate point of my point of view, but as BARC, our capability exists to knock off the entire session, correct? It was shot down by the collective wisdom of the board and the TechCom at that point in time, of which I was part of. Having said that, 10 days back, without going to, finally you must understand, BARC is represented, broadcast is represented what is called by IBDF, where all of you are members of IBDF, correct? So, rightly or wrongly, they are the ones who represent. 10 days back, with the president of IBDF, this issue came up again. And I narrated the story. I said, listen, it is your decision to tell us collectively, and then we'll carry the other stakeholders, whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not. In fact, the algorithm for knocking off the entire session makes our life far easier than doing this business of what we are doing. So now, this is just a 10-day-old story, and IBDF has to get back. It's not a BARC decision. It's a
Did you take a decision at that meeting of IBDF?
So IBDF has to revert whether they want to go. As you know, this is a split house. You know, we also suggested, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. Correct?
Yes.
So my request is that it is not a issue of, and this is where when I talked about collaboration in this session, this could be one attempt. There are few broadcasters today who are for landing pages, many more. So it's for the IBDF to tell the organization, listen, we agree, you knock off the entire session. It will take off the entire session.
Look, there have been times in this country where pressure groups and social movements have got a lot of attention of the media. And that section of media, most certainly, that represented the sentiment of the people. And as a result, of course, since you refer to my leader, Mr. Kejriwal, as an activist in his earlier avatar, of course, during the India Against Corruption days, there was reportage and coverage around the movement and the cause of the movement, and that was primarily because it resonated with the people. It was something that the people also felt that was being echoed, and the cause of the movement met the cause of the people. However, when we became a political party, and let me disabuse you of this notion, we received perhaps the first and the worst media blackout. In our 49-day first government in the year 2013, you would remember, and if you were to rewind back to the December of 2013, you would find that my leader, the Chief Minister of Delhi, at that point in time, had registered an FIR against a leading industrialist of this country. He had shot off a letter to his anti-corruption branch, and a FIR subsequently was registered. As a result, that leading industrialist, who's also a big media baron, ensured that Aam Aadmi Party and the government of Delhi is blacked out from the media. So the 2015 election that we fought was despite the media blackout and in spite of no media coverage. So despite and in spite the media, through sheer grassroots support and political electoral hard work at the ground, we could come back with the highest ever majority that any political party has received.
Well, in a democracy, that's what matters. But it's an evolutionary thing, as I'm sure the party's been evolving. What is your assessment? Is there a neutral media? Is there a right, left, and center of media? But overall, does it give a balanced approach?
Look, to say that there is a section of media that is tilted towards the left, there is a section of media that is tilted towards the right, etc., essentially showcases that rather than putting facts, events and news, opinions are being put forward. And as a result, having opinions is also not a bad thing. Every journalist can have an opinion. Every newsroom can have an opinion. But when that opinion, unfortunately, transforms into indoctrination, that is where the problem begins. And when agenda is driven, when propaganda is unleashed with the intent of indoctrinating people or manufacturing opinion at the mass level, that is where the problem begins, and that is what I feel a section of media is practicing today. However, some are left, some are right, some are centrist, and therefore there is a balance I don't agree with.
20,000 crore central government money spent on the new house for the Prime Minister and other beautification schemes. Should I continue or would you like to start? Should I provoke you a bit more?
No.
These are the kind of headlines that you've attracted in the context of our... See, this is a news federation. In the context of the ongoing debate on fake news, etc., I'd like your response to this, please.
Thank you, Arnab. First of all, thank you for having me on your show this afternoon. I don't know whether this is pre-lunch or post-lunch, but I'm ready to be served here, you know. Look, I've been a student of the false narrative for longer than I can remember. I've also written a book in which I deal with the issue of the false narrative. But I think what we are facing here is not a false narrative in terms of an alternate set of facts. Arnab, I really think what we are dealing with here is a motivated, not properly thought through set of attacks against the government and in particular against the Chief Executive, the Honorable Prime Minister, on something on which if somebody had introspected and reflected on it, those who are producing that false narratives can only be losers. Let me explain. All those quotes you give, and there are many more that come to line. First of all, legality. My issue is who owns the land? The government owns the land. Where are government offices situated? In the capital city, many are situated outside and the government pays 1,000 crores by way of rentals. If the government owns the land, is it within its right to build or not to build? The answer is yes. So how can you say it is illegal? Then, lie upon lie. Now, first of all, I would be surprised if it came from people who are not educated or who are not aware of the environment within which they work. But let me share with your audience that I once appeared, and I think you had a clip on that there, when somebody brought to my attention a letter signed by 106 retired civil servants, amongst them former cabinet secretaries, amongst them former foreign secretaries. And the letter went on to say that the new parliament is being constructed because there is a feeling that the old parliament building is jinxed. Therefore, you need a new one. Then they went on to sign, put their signatures on that piece of paper which said, and Central Vista Avenue, what we now call Kartavya Path, is going to be completely destroyed because all the jamun trees will disappear, the green cover will be reduced, and Mummy, Daddy and Pappu will not be able to go for picnic there in the evening.
Sam and Mr. Arnab Goswami on stage.
News has no barriers. News cannot be limited to big... News has no barriers. News cannot be limited to big media conglomerates operating in big mega metros. News media has embraced domains and genres with ease and perfection. Editorially diverse and unrivaled, Indian news is made up of many voices.
मैं जानता हूं as a minimum कि Assam should be in the top 5 state of the India and India should be the world strongest, mightiest state in the world. इतना ही philosophy है.
An outspoken leader and believer in the India story. Joining us now at the NBF National Conclave is the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, for a fireside chat on future of news. One India, many voices.
Of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. Mr. Sharma's work in Assam and efforts to instill a sense of nationalism have inspired leaders across the Northeast. Mr. Sharma will tell us how each of these voices of the vernacular media speak the development and people stories of India and the challenges they face in this age of misinformation. Please, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma and Mr. Arnab Goswami on stage. And as an Assamese, মই খুব গৌৰৱ অনুভৱ কৰিছোঁ যে Mr. Arnab Goswami is here with our very own Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's have a proper round of applause for Himanta Biswa Sarma. Not only one of the most popular, dynamic, controversial, but also one of the best performing chief ministers in the country today. We're very happy and proud to have you with us, sir. Thank you very much. Please, sir. Please, thank you. We deliberately kept you for a post-lunch session.
No.
Do you know why, Himanta?
So that everybody become bored after the lines, everybody becomes sleepy.
No, because two things. You wake up people. Secondly, you get the audiences back. That's the reason. And you know that you've become a viral sensation over the last few months increasingly. Have you noticed any clip with some of his comments gets the highest traction? Is there any doubt about it? Any doubt?
I think that is for my broken English and broken Hindi.
Your broken English and Hindi? No, you're perfectly fine. You're perfectly fine in both. But great to have you with us.
Thank you so much, Arnab.
So, Himanta, the News Broadcasters Federation. First, I want to just tell you why we had this federation, because we felt, and I keep repeating it, we felt the need to de-Lutyanize the Indian media. We felt almost frustrated that 4 or 5 channels so nobody watches and 2 or 3 websites claim they dominate the media landscape in the country. And we have worked very, very hard to get 78 channels under one platform. All of you politicians run coalition governments, but you will never have as large and as functioning a coalition as this federation.
But you are almost acting like Atal Bihari Vajpayee. 78 news channel and still it is going strong.
But we are going to last a long time.
I think you should and you must.
Thank you. But I want to get you on this thought. You are from Assam. You are now center stage in national politics. How do you view the media in this country? A broad question to start with. How do you view the media landscape in India from where you are, from where you have been and have come, and as you look towards the future of this country?
You see, our country is going...
Can you just hold the mic a little closer?
Yeah. Our country is going through an interesting political phase. There are people who are trying to strengthen country. There are people who are trying to make India a Vishwaguru again. But there are people within the country who wants to see India as a very, very weak country. Even in media, I see both the trend. One part of media who is strongly advocating the cause of India, cause of nationalism, Bharatiyata everywhere. But there are media who believe that covering China is more important than covering India's sacrifice of Indian army. There are media who believe that how much China has advanced towards India wrongly, you give focus on that, but do not make headline that how much Indian army is doing, how much they are sacrificing for protecting India's sovereignty. You don't give the headline when India's economy suppress your even British economy who ruled us for hundreds of years. But you give publicity when Indian rupee for some reason weaken by 50 paisa, 1 rupee on that day. I mean, there are people who are constantly opposing the growth of India as a world superpower. So, what I see in politics, what I see in intellectual world, the sharp division, I see that in media also.
But there are those who say that the media is not being critical enough. They say that you should instead of talking, for example, about the strengthening of the dollar, you should talk about the collapse of the rupee. Now, it can be a subjective thing, whether the rupee is collapsed or not, and how much it is because of global trends, American capital, whatever is happening there. But they say you're not being critical enough of this government. And more so, since there isn't enough an active opposition in this country, the role of the media as the opposition becomes more critical.
First of all, I don't think that media, somebody has voted media to be the voice of opposition. I think that media's role should be to promote India, irrespective of political party. But today, certain media, in the name of opposing Prime Minister Modi, actually they are opposing the country. Even somebody got gold prize in gold in Olympic, they don't want to promote that pride moment for the country also, because they feel that it might ultimately give some credit to Narendra Modi also. So, in my view, that media must promote India, must promote Bhartiyata, and should not be influenced by Western thought, Western culture, and Western type of that no, media should play this role, media play that role. Nobody has defined कि media को विरोधी का role play करना है. किसने बोला?
What is this Western type in your view? Can you elaborate?
I mean, there are a Western democracy had set certain standard that how people, institutions should behave. We should not follow that. We should follow the standard which for long India has developed as our own. During the freedom movement, Indian press supported freedom of India. Today, there is another freedom movement going on in Assam, in India, because we want to get freedom from poverty, we want to get freedom from illiteracy, we want to promote India as a superpower. In my view, Indian media should aggressively promote Bharatiyata, India's nationalism.
Are you actually indirectly trying to tell the media to promote the BJP?
Is
that the attention? Is that the intention?
No. If BJP is promoting Indianness, if BJP is promoting nationalism, then what is harm in supporting BJP?
Are you trying to appropriate nationalism politically?
No. I mean, it is all about how you think. Today, the country has banned PFI. Everybody realized that PFI is an element which poses challenge to India's integrity. Now, what is harm in supporting that move of government? Because whether in BJP or Congress, we want that PFI should have been banned long back. So if today the government of the day has banned PFI, then media should be unequivocal.
No, but earlier for the last 6 months to 1 year, the argument was you were not targeting the PFI, you were trying to indirectly target the minority community.
That is the problem. Indian media should be with the country. Indian media...
Is being anti-PFI being for country?
In my view, yes. As long as you write against PFI, you are contributing to the growth of the country. You should write right and left against the communal forces. Then you become actually Indian. I don't want that you should write against, if somebody is doing corruption, definitely you write. But if somebody is posing threat to the country's sovereignty, then you must work in tandem with the government.
Are you putting politics first or nation first?
I think politics cannot be first. Nation has to be first.
If it is not politics first and if it is nation first, then you are from Assam, I am from Assam. For the longest time in Assam, it has always been, the issue has been the anti-foreigners agitation. Well, one minute. It's been the anti-foreigners agitation, right? But when your government says bring in the CA, right? When your government says bring in the CA, change the legislation, you are saying that Hindus from Bangladesh should come, but they are also foreigners. This changes the full premise of the same students' agitation with which you have been associated yourself.
I have answered this question to you in the last Republic Summit also, that India as a nation has a historical responsibility towards the persecuted Hindus of the world. Hindu doesn't have any address except India. So the problem in Assam we can resolve, that whether Assam has a great share of the burden, that we can resolve in the country. But as an Indian, no one can deny the rights of persecuted Hindu to come back to their own motherland. That you cannot deny.
But this line you have taken for the last 2 or 3 years.
I think I am stand by that line for from the day I started politics. If you see my assembly speech when I was in Congress also, I strongly advocate that line. Kahan jayega besera log? Can Hindu go to Arab? Can Hindu go to Pakistan? Can Hindu go to certain other country? Hindus has to come here. All media has to work with government in that on those cases. If you oppose CA, ultimately you are telling what? That persecuted Hindus should not come back to India. Rather, they should change their religion in Pakistan.
No, I am saying on the basis of religion, you can't give entry into a country.
I think India is a country which has developed on the culture and ethos of Sanatan. You can't deny
on the culture and ethos of
Sanatan Dharma. You can't deny that it was a Hindu tradition. It was a Hindu civilization, and you can't deny that. India is today a secular country because in our Constituent Assembly, the Hindu thought process has taken over.
But you and I are from a state you are heading a state which is believed to have more than 35% Muslim population. Are you not isolating them when you say that?
No.
Are you not isolating them?
No. I don't think that Indian Muslim has any problem, because Indian Muslim also knows that till Mughal comes to India was a Hindustan. India was a state based on Hindu culture and thought. So how can I write the history completely different? You are a son of Colonel Manoranjan Goswami. Now how you can deny that? So whatever may be the political context, everybody has to say that India's destiny was shaped by our great sages, our great Vedas, Upanishads for 5,000 years. Thereafter Mughal
but
came.
But that is your political line.
No, thereafter Mughal comes, that is also part of your history.
But in the context of today's panel, this is a media event, that is the line a politician can take. It is not a line the media can take, because the moment, allow me to complete.
I think media will write history differently. That Veda was not born in India. Upanishad was not written in India.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what line media will
I am trying to say that the line that you are taking, Mr. Sharma, is great, and I'm sure this audience, a lot of people will applaud for you. But the media cannot take that line.
The problem,
or rather, I'm playing devil's advocate with you. How can the media take that line?
Problem with the Western media or so-called Indian media influenced by Western thought, they think that India has born in 1947. They did not realize that India is a country with the 5,000 years of civilizational thought and civilizational process. They think that country has born just in 1947. That was the basic issue. And I strongly believe you in the name of criticizing Prime Minister Modi, don't criticize India's growth story. Don't dilute the achievement of Indians. Don't do that. That is what my advice to the media.
No, you're talking about the media. By the way, when you talk about nation and nationalism, your friend, you know which one?
Yes.
Which one?
Who is taking great trouble nowadays in walking the street? I mean, I am clear about my friend and foe.
I was checking. I was checking. No, but your friend believes, and he actually went to a foreign university and said India has never been a nation at all. He said, and I was appalled. How can an Indian politician go outside India and say my country has never been a nation?
No, but
he said it was a gift of the British. India never existed as a nation before the British gifted it to us. And then if you saw, a young bureaucrat corrected him and said, you don't know about Chanakya, you don't know about Janpads, you don't know about nationalism in this country. But that's the problem. So you don't blame the media for it. You should blame your friend.
No, Arnab, I don't want to blame my friend because election is in Gujarat. He is working in Andhra Pradesh. I don't want to blame him because that is his USP of thinking. So the problem is that this country has born, according to me, in 5,000 years back. Chanakya spoke in detail about India, Bharat. There are problems with various media groups and various Western influenced Indians. They think that India has born as a country in 1947. They think that this is written in Constitution. But the same kind of people has written Constitution in India and the same kind of people written Constitution in Pakistan. But the people, those who has written Constitution for India, they were Hindus, so they have produced a secular Constitution. The other people, they were fundamentalists, so they produced a Constitution which is in nature of full fundamentalist thought. So today India is secular country. Today India respects everyone because of our civilizational thought process.
In 1962, when the Chinese crossed and when they went through Nepal and were on the borders and almost entered Assam, Nehru went on radio, I think, and he said, my heart goes out to the people of Assam. Which means the Prime Minister of India at that time almost gave up Assam, or was willing to give up without a fight. That is one situation. And the same media at that time and even now says, no, strategic mistakes, etc., but has never quite blamed Nehru for it. Now you put this to the present context of Doklam. When the Chinese tried to get the heights, and when we moved the guns, and when we outstared them, and when Mr. Doval actually met the Chinese equivalent of the National Security Advisor, bargained with him and got them to back off. We see the change in approach. And yet it is that the narrative in India has not quite changed, or nobody's quite, I can say that I'm speaking for a lot of the media, they still find mistakes in the government's handling of its China policy. So I would like your view on that, both from the point of view of Assam, your state, and nationally. And in the context of the discussion that we are having.
I'll just go to 1962 for a brief while.
Please.
I have seen the Nehru speech completely. Nehru in that speech, he said that countrymen, now we are losing battles. Everywhere we are losing. But don't worry, we will win one day. So you must read the entire speech. That is more dangerous than what you have quoted. He said openly on the news, openly on that broadcast, he said that as of now we are losing everywhere. But don't worry, there will be time will come, one day we will win. So that was the exact meaning of his speech. I am quoting him. But today, when India, it is not about BJP or somebody. Today, India's army is basically fighting with Chinese army eye to eye. They are defending their territory. Instead of media speaking about that, some media will say, order inquiry, what is going on. So I am of the view that there are media who knowingly, unknowingly, trying to strengthen the views of opponents of the country, not the opponents of the BJP. That is why I feel you need media now who, irrespective of political party, support the cause of nation without being critical about India.
Now the assumption is you are not you don't expect neutrality. You don't expect I am constantly coming back to it. Are you against a neutral media?
I do not support neutrality because in this world people cannot be neutral. You have to support India. Who can be neutral, you tell me? You, as a human, you have to have a choice. You go to vote. So you have to vote somebody. So how can you be neutral? In your mind, you support something. So I do not believe that neutrality is the way. I believe you have to support unequivocally the cause of India, because for next 20 years, if you keep on supporting India, then India will be superpower.
And the same view of yours that neutrality is not possible applies to media also. Are you saying that the media cannot be neutral?
No, if you, Arnab, when you spoke about Tukre gang, somebody was supporting that game, those people. Where is the neutrality? You have supported the cause of the country. Somebody has supported the cause of those people. Look, they are becoming victims. So what is that? So nobody is neutral. The question is, somebody in the name of opposing Prime Minister Modi, today unknowingly they are opposing India. That should not happen. You be strongly support India. You be with the India, and you can see that next 20 years India will be a superpower. But I do not, let me have a rider. You have a free choice to criticize any politician whenever they do things wrong to the country. But when it comes to India versus Pakistan, India versus China, or when it comes about India, support India, there I don't want neutrality.
No, these are very sharp views that you have. But you are basically making a case for a nationalist media, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly, I am for a nationalist media. I believe if next 20 years everybody support cause of India, India will be respected in the world scenario the way today many people respect America or China.
Give me bullet points. What are the 3 or 4 things which you are saying is the cause of India which needs to be supported?
No, I think when it comes to fundamentalists, condemn it equivocally. Then don't talk about liberty. Because once liberty...
Don't talk about liberty.
Liberty of those people. Because if you advocate liberty of one people who is hand in glove with terrorists, then ultimately that will be responsible for killing hundreds of innocent after 5 years.
This includes supporters of terrorists.
I mean, I strongly believe that people who are opposing this country, for them, the concept of liberty should not be...
Some will say that is your subjective view. You will lumpenize your political opponents as anti-national.
I mean, you see, when it comes to PFI, they are not contesting election against BJP. So how can they be my political opponent? The problem is with their own thought process. The thought process is against the country. India has a constitution. You will say there should be a law of Sharia. Now this is opposed to your constitution. That is opposed to your ethos. That is opposed to your culture. But yes, within the constitution you can talk about secularism. That is a wholly different ballgame. So when it comes to constitution and the people who are opposing constitution, then you cannot be with them. When there are people who are opposing country with certain thoughts which is alien to this country's civilization, then you have to oppose them.
But Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi says that he is for the nation, but he feels that you are anti-Muslim, anti-minority, and that in the guise of nationalism, that is your political goal.
I'll say he is anti-Hindu. If he is I am anti-Muslim, I'll say you are anti-Hindu. So in this country there is a fashion, no, you are anti-Muslim. But there should be a counter fashion also. Brother, you are also anti-Hindu. Then people will not speak about who is anti-Hindu, anti-Muslim. People will start speaking who is for India and against India.
The other thing, the view about people like you, and I hope you don't mind all this, I'm asking you straight, I'm taking some liberty with you.
You can.
But the feeling is that you and especially the core leaders of your party, your nationalism is at the cost of federalism. And this is a federation, Himantada. This is a federation of states. And by the way, your friend says we were never a nation. We are only a federation of states.
A union of states.
A union of states.
Sorry to
right, with the union,
mistake. Yes.
Yeah. So, is your nationalism, and all this is extremely relevant in the context of the ongoing debates on and about the media. I pride myself on the fact that today in this session and after this session, I was telling my senior Prokhanto Rajguru and then Zarir Hussain is there. You have anchors from other channels, regional channels all coming. They're fantastic. I'm proud of them. Is your nationalism accommodative enough to allow the birth, creation, continuance, encouragement of an aspirational regional identity as well? Or are you going to annihilate the regional identity, which is the kind of positioning which is happening? You know how it is in Tamil Nadu now. There's an ongoing debate about how you are a threat to the identity.
I mean,
the Tamil identity. I want your response.
My whole view is when you talk to Tamil language, it is not only the language of Tamils. It is also an Indian's language. Tamil will also a language for Assamese people.
Yes.
So when you talk about Assamese language, it is also a language for Tamil people. We have to create the environment of this country that every regional language are the carry tradition of this Bharat Bars.
Yes.
You have to create that psychology in our country that development of Assam means also development of Tamil Nadu. You have to, when a Tamil boys gets an Olympic medal, there must be jubilation in Assam also. So federalism means that it cannot be basically we are states within the country. And we must remember we are Indian first, then we have our regional identity. You strengthen your regional identity, but not at the cost of Bharat.
Coming back to that again and again. It's like a recurrent theme in everything that you are saying here today. And you also give a rider. You are among the breed of politicians now who are now coming, a new breed of politicians who say we are unapologetically and openly nationalist. That is at the core of our identity. I am not asking you what is the role of the nationalist media. I want to know what is legitimate criticism and what do you consider illegitimate criticism. You have said criticism is allowed, but you are going to add a rider to it.
No,
I will allow legitimate criticism. Who defines that? Does Himanta Biswa Sharma define that?
This difference is very simple. You don't have to analyze that. You criticize Narendra Modi, but don't criticize Rafale deal.
Don't criticize
Rafale. Because if you criticize Rafale and postpone acquisition of Rafale by the Indian Air Force, indirectly you are helping whom? You are helping your enemy. So there must be a distinction in your criticism. Do not criticize the country, criticize individual. But today, when you want to criticize an individual, actually you are criticizing country. No, this country has achieved nothing in last 10 years. Why you want Rafale? You talk about poverty. But these are two distinguished things. You need to eradicate poverty. At the same time, you need Rafale. Rather, you need fourth generation aircraft for the Indian Air Force. So in the name of criticizing...
Is your governance beyond criticism? Is your running of the country, your running of the state, are you beyond criticism? Do you come with an assumption?
I'm very, very simplistic on that. You can criticize Himanta Biswa Sharma, you can criticize Arnab Goswami, but in the process, you don't demoralize the Indian army. That's the difference. You have to draw that finer line. That okay, we'll criticize up to this level. But if we criticize furthermore, then Indian Air Force will be
as a media person, I'll tell you the criticism is that you're not sharing enough information. Your government, the argument is that you're being opaque, you're not sharing enough information. You're not accessible enough, you built a wall.
No. A government should call certain people, give them breakfast and divulge all details about Indian army. So that kind of transparency you want. Who are you, brother? Why I have to divulge you about the Indians' defense secret? So that's the kind of.
No, you're taking an extreme case out there. That's not what I meant.
No. I am on extreme. My line of thinking is extreme.
How can you say that as a politician? You're saying you're extreme.
I have right to speak. I am saying. So simple.
You don't worry about it when you say things like this. That my line of thinking is extreme.
Very simple thing. You criticize every individual. You scrutinize the lifestyle of individual, you scrutinize the political thought of that individual, you criticize party, you go for post-mortem of BJP, all fine. But do not criticize the country. Do not criticize the Bharat. When there is a Doklam, you have to support Bharat. You cannot support indirectly China. You cannot meet Chinese ambassador during that critical period. So that are the finer distinction media has to draw.
I'll take 2 or 3 questions from the audience now, Himantada. Okay, any questions for Himanta Biswa Sarma? I see a lot of hands go up. Okay, we're going to take 2 or 3 questions out there. Can the mic be rolled up? Can the mic be rolled up quickly, please?
Who should we go to
please
first?
Go
okay.
on.
Yes.
Move among the audience quickly. So Mr. Sharma has made this unapologetic argument for a nationalist media, which is very interesting in the context of our federation particularly. I see one hand there. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Himanta, we appreciate your nationalism and patriotism. However, my question is very specific. You are doing a lot of work to modernize madrasas in Assam. Now let me know if the Muslims are supporting you, if they are with you. Are they assisting you? This is very important because no Muslim has come on the roads, against you. Thank you.
Okay. Today morning we arrested 4 more PFI. Total PFI we arrested in Assam now stood at 40. But there is no a murmur of protest in Assam. We have changed complete architecture of madrasa education in Assam. We have closed down 700 madrasa in Assam. No protest from Assam's Muslim community. I keep on visiting Assam's Muslim area. There are a lot of euphoria. Now there are many discussion, people are speaking openly that we want to actually see our daughters and sons as a doctor and engineers. I think people in Assam, at least the Muslim community, is greatly appreciating our thought process. We have not seen any kind of protest in Assam. We see some protest in the certain media, but we don't see protest on the ground in Assam.
We take one more question for Himanta Biswa Sarma, who's got the mic. Can you stand up, please, sir, so we can see you there?
Sir, you said that criticize the individual, not the objective. Like you say, criticize Modi ji, but don't criticize Rafael. But you see, if you are only criticizing the individual and not object, then what do you say about corruption? Because after individual is doing corruption and poverty is coming from out of that corruption. So how you can justify that? Don't criticize the things. Criticize only individual.
When Indian Air Force clarified that Rafale is the need of our, and in Rafale deals we have maintained complete transparency, then debate should stop there. If you keep on debating thereafter also, you are basically demoralizing a cause of the country.
Okay.
No, that's my view. My view is, as long as politician says that this is a transparent deal, don't believe. But the moment your armed forces say who are going to lay down their lives fighting for the country, then you have to stop.
Well, we appreciate the fact
that...
So
you have to stop somewhere, otherwise this country will be weakened. I am saying whether it is a Rafale, nuclear weapon, 4th generation things, once army says that this has been done transparently, no hanky-panky, we stand by that, then debate should end.
Okay, now
that includes Rafale.
I will close it at this with just one last comment. I have observed Mr. Sarma's political career for a long time. He's consistently on this one line today. I think he's come with a thought that he wants to push for a nationalist media. You made that your consistent theme throughout. And I think I appreciate the fact that he stayed true to the theme throughout his presentation. So,
Arnab, I only say one thing. India's contact with Pragya or Gyan for 5,000 years.
Yeah.
This Western media we used to know for 100 years. So do something which we have done consistently for 4,900 years. Do not be influenced by Western media.
well, this federation is completely true only to the Bharatiya spirit. And I think you know that, and I thank you very much for it. Himanta Biswa Sharma, it's fantastic having you.
Thing.
Yeah, tell me.
Today, why you are popular among the masses of the country? Because you have the capacity, you have the courage to speak about Tukre gang. You have not cared how much in British newspaper will criticize you, how much America will criticize you.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter the least to us.
The way all the media should follow a strict nationalist cause, India will be superpower in 20 years. There will be no poverty. There will be nothing.
Fantastic.
Do not weaken the country from inside.
Thank you, Himanta. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for a fantastic presentation in our post-lunch session. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
सर, आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फबारी देखने को मिली कल। और उससे भी बेहतर ये है कि मोदी जी आ गए थे यहाँ पे।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
पुणे, महाराष्ट्र।
So you see, we have people from Pune, and just before some time I was talking to a few people who are not from you, who've come from US to take the blessings of Mahadev, the majestic Shivling inside. Remember, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we have here, and it's considered one of the most holiest places. We'll also get some of more reactions of the people. We'll get your reactions of the priest here, but let me just ask my camera person to pan around and show the majestic view that we have. This majestic view of snow-clad mountain, of snow-clad mountains surrounded by snow, and in between we have this majestic, the beautiful, the holiest temple shrine of Kedarnath temple.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being exported into the government, into the private sector, into all sorts of places. It's very fashionable for the young people in the humanities and social sciences to mimic American social thought and bring it into India. That's the reality.
Of Article 370 and 35A, there were provisions for holding the official accommodation of the residents, but after the abrogation, the laws in Jammu and Kashmir got changed. Now she is not entitled for the property where she is presently residing, and now we are seeing the government has issued notice to Miss Mufti on 15th of October. So almost 7 days are will be exhausted tomorrow, and we are picking from the sources within the administration that tomorrow the administration will make another move by sending the eviction notice to Miss Mufti, and within 4 days she has to leave the accommodation which is known as Fairview Bungalow in Gopkar. Government is ready to provide another
duty of every institution to empower people, to enable them to take informed decisions. And that empowerment surely comes through the media. So questions are raised whether media is performing its role as it should. And they follow the norm of being free from any bias or prejudice and truly uphold independent press. On the question of independent press, I was surprised to read something which a very leading journalist of New York Times spoke more than 100 years back. He was a very senior journalist, and an event was organized and somebody raised toast in the name of independent press. Then John Swinton, who was the chief guest, what I was surprised about, that this is more than 100-year-old speech. He said, there is no such thing at this date of the world's history in America as an independent press. You know it and I know it. There is not one of you, these are not my words, these are of John Swinton. There is not one of you who dares to write your honest opinions. And if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. I am paid weekly for keeping my honest opinion out of the paper I am connected with. Others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things, and any of you who would be so foolish as to write honest opinions would be out on the streets looking for another job. And he goes on, there are a few more paras, and the last para is such which I would definitely not like to read to this audience. It's so strong. So these are the actually, it has been said that the greatness of a society does not depend on the enforcement of the positive laws and not just free choice. There is a grave area in between, which is called obedience of the unenforceable. Obedience of the unenforceable. Certain lines, or if I say that in our own Indian term, maryada, that line has to be respected. And that when it comes to maryada, it cannot happen through some enforcement agency. This is something which a discipline which one imposes on oneself voluntarily. And I feel that now that maybe I add one more sentence. When I was in the, I did not go through 10+2 system. In our days, pre-university was there. So after my high school, I went to the university. And I remember, because I had started taking part in the debates, essay writing competitions, so my teachers, who were very kind, they would insist that I not only read newspapers, but I should write particularly the editorials. That those editorials I should read and write them in my own handwriting and read them again and again. Naturally, their aim was that I am able to improve my language, my writing, etc. But since last about 1 week, I am really wondering, because Kerala, I am facing a situation where there is certain code of conduct. I want to differ with the Prime Minister, or I differ with the Prime Minister in 1986, I resigned my job before I started criticizing the decision which he had taken. No minister can criticize the head of the government. But a minister in Delhi dared to criticize the head of the state. If you recall, because most of the people here must be from the media background, it was during the time of Gyani Zail Singh ji. And the situation had become so tense. Finally, that minister had to be dropped from the cabinet. And here, since CAA, I'm governor of a state where government and the opposition both were opposed to CAA. I am representative of the president. An act which has been passed by parliament, which has been signed by the president, I thought that it is my duty, my dharma, to defend that. And this was about 3 or 4 months after I assumed my duty as governor of Kerala. Immediately a campaign started. Every day statement, I am here to implement BJP RSS agenda. I am here for this purpose. I am here for this purpose. I wondered that if the ministers cannot criticize the head of the government, how dare they criticize the head of the state? Therefore, last week, I put a Twitter. I said if any minister makes a statement which aimed at lowering the dignity of the office of the governor, it will invite action, including withdrawal of pleasure. One may agree, one may disagree. But I am so surprised to see channels, newspapers, everybody, in fact I consulted every dictionary, whether pleasure is synonym of sacking. But everybody is saying that I have threatened to sack the minister. No, I even consulted the Black's Law Dictionary. Nowhere pleasure is a synonym of sacking. Because as governor, there are 2 parts of my oath. One is to defend, protect and preserve the Constitution. Second is to serve the people of my state to the best of my ability. If I see something happening, for instance, my state is the only state where every minister has a right to appoint 25 persons in his personal staff. And they become entitled to lifelong pension after serving for 2 years. Whereas a man in the army, he cannot become entitled to pension before he has completed 10 years of service. Therefore, what I said before this Twitter, I said that I have taken oath also to serve the people of Kerala to the best of my ability. If I see government doing something which I consider is injurious to the long-term interest of the people of the state, and I do not have the legal power to stop it, at least the least that I can do is that I must inform the people what they are doing. Through this withdrawing pleasure, what I meant was, I will withdraw my pleasure. It is for the chief minister to if he wants still to retain the man, he can retain it. But let people discuss what these people are doing. But I am so surprised. Channels are saying that I have threatened to sack them. Newspapers in their editorials are saying that I have threatened to sack them. I have not. I have said I will withdraw my pleasure. Both the words are not synonymous. So therefore, the only thing that I can say is that I am a great believer in the obedience of the unenforceable. And there are two lines from one of our scripture which says that Sattasya Vachanam Shreya. It is very well, in fact desirable, needed to speak the truth. Satya dapi hitam vade. But that truth should be spoken which serves the larger interest of the people. Yad bhut hita matyantam etat satyam matam mam. What is beneficial, what serves the interest of Lok Sangra, Lok Kalyan is the best truth. I hope and pray that when all these 68 channels from all over India have come together, it will become much easier to prepare some guidelines, to impose some self-discipline, to see all these issues, because ultimately every institution in democracy must aim to serve the public interest. Loka Savasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Jai Hind.
When you told me that Republic should go global, I feel that we should have our own opportunities to do that, and our own service to our country, we will do exactly what you're saying and more. Mr. Malhotra, you identified the snakes, you identified the modus operandi. What is the solution that you identified?
Breaking India 1.0 was targeting the poor people in the villages, trying to convert them and all that. And Breaking India 2.0 is targeting the top people, the elite people, their kids. I think it's very dangerous because they are dismantling institutions. Republic TV should take on Al Jazeera, BBC, Fox TV, become a global enterprise. I'll do everything I can to make that happen because I think we need such an enterprise on the world stage. So if you were to get interested in doing that, I would be delighted.
सर, आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फबारी देखने को मिली कल। और उससे भी बेहतर ये है कि मोदी जी आ गए थे यहाँ पे।
कहाँ से आए आप?
पुणे, महाराष्ट्र।
So you see, we have people from Pune, and just before some time I was talking to a few people who are not from you, who've come from US, to take the blessings of Mahadev, the majestic shivling inside. Remember, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we have here, and it's considered one of the most holiest places. We'll also get some of more reactions of the people. We'll get your reactions of the priest here, but let me just ask my camera person to pan around and show the majestic view that we have. This majestic view of snow-clad mountain, of snow-clad mountains surrounded by snow, and in between we have this majestic, the beautiful, the holiest temple shrine of Kedarnath.
The tone for this next special session.
Objectivity is in the DNA of news. In the DNA of news. Editorial subjectivity is a reality too. At the crossroads, there are open claims of bias. Is there a gap? Is there a need to course correct? Or are the allegations simply by those who are cornered by news reportage? Now on the NBF National Conclave, it is the YSR Telangana Party Chief, YS Sharmila, for a fireside chat on the future of news. Is there a bias?
And we are, of course, now going to be inviting them on stage for this next very, very engaging fireside chat. It promises to be a stimulating discussion. As we've told you, we've been trying to get you voices from all across the country to speak on this very, very important and let me also say groundbreaking inaugural edition of the NBF National Conclave. The theme, of course, of today's Future of News. All right, we're ready for the next session. Loud round of applause for Miss YS Sharmila and the moderator, Niranjan. Niranjan, the floor is yours. Over to you.
Check, check. Thank you, Sharmila ji, for coming all the way to Delhi. It means a lot to us at NBF. And YS Sharmila is the founder and president of the Yuvajana Shramika Raitu Telangana Party. She is the daughter of YS Rajshekar Reddy.
Correction, Niranjan. This is just YSR Telangana Party.
Yes.
It stands
Yes.
by the name of my father, YSR.
Yes.
This is YSR Telangana Party.
YSR Telangana Party. And can I ask you, when I speak to people from your party, your outfit, they say you're a political startup. Why are you a political startup, and why did you choose Telangana?
First of all, a great big thank you to Arnab for inviting me. And a huge thanks to everybody who made this idea possible. A platform where voices from the other parts of India are welcome and heard.
Yes.
And coming back to your question now, why Telangana?
Yeah.
Why not Telangana? I have grown up in Telangana. I have grown up in Hyderabad. I have studied in Hyderabad. I have married in Hyderabad. I have delivered 2 children in Hyderabad. I belong there. If there is any place in this whole country I call home,
Yeah.
it is in Hyderabad. Then why not Telangana? My past is there. My future is going to be there. My life is there. Why not Telangana?
You've decided it's going to be Telangana.
It has always been Telangana.
And it will always be Telangana.
Yes. Why not? Looks like that.
Hello, mic check.
And actually, a huge round of applause because YS Sharmila has walked 2,700 kilometers, has paused the Padyatra to be with us here in Delhi.
Okay.
A lot of people, Sharmila, a lot of people, and in the media, of course, sometimes it's the front page, it's the second page, it's, every feature story is on pictures of a leader who has perhaps covered 1,000 kilometers. But not a lot of people across India know that you've covered 2,700 kilometers. Why are you doing this Padyatra, and what are you trying to do with this Padyatra? I mean, of course, we remember your late father was very popular and he had ground support. When you meet people, what do they tell you? Why is it important to meet people?
Why Padayatra? I'll begin with my father. Well, he chose to do the Padayatra before he became the Chief Minister. And when he did that Padayatra, he established an amazing connect with the people. And that connect was so strong. I think his soul actually connected with his people, so much so that it became the blueprint for his governance. When Dr. YSR, my father, planned so many of the welfare schemes, I think everything had a bearing of his experience from the Padayatra. Like, say, for example, he wanted to educate, poor people free of cost, higher education. Many people who couldn't afford to be doctors or engineers, by just his fees reimbursement scheme, many lakhs of people could study. And there is something called the Arogyasri, which was actually, I think, emulated even in a form of it, even in the USA. It was a scheme that was meant to help the poor people get premium medical care, free of cost. So things like these, all of these came out of his Padayatra, out of his experiences from the Padayatra. So the connect that Padayatra gives is amazing. So I embarked on this Padayatra with a sense that There is nothing else that connects us to the people better than a Padayatra is what I feel, or as my father has said.
Yeah.
So when we embarked on this Padayatra, when I embarked on this Padayatra, we embarked on this Padayatra because the Chief Minister of Telangana has been saying that under his rule, the people of Telangana are living in a state of bliss, while the contrary is true. So to throw light on the people's problems, I embarked on this Padayatra. I in fact threw a challenge to the Chief Minister himself, saying, if indeed you can walk with me one day, I will show you the kind of problems the people are facing. If indeed what you are saying is true, that under your state, under your rule, the people are under bliss, that there are no problems, I will apologize to you and go back home. But if I show you the problems, if I show you the suicides of the farmers, if I show you the unemployed youth, if I show you the old people who are still not getting pensions, if I show you the many problems, many other problems also that the people are facing, then the Chief Minister will have to apologize to the people of Telangana, and he has to resign and make a Dalit a Chief Minister. This is what he claimed to do before he became the Chief Minister. So I think the people is where the true test lies. That's where the rubber meets the road. So I think this is what we are trying to achieve here, throw light on the people's problems. And I urge the media also, like you said, somebody who's not even done 500 kilometers is getting amazing publicity, amazing coverage. But I've covered 2,000.
You think it's disproportionate?
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Why do you think it's disproportionate?
Because of your, I don't know, your bias. Again, yes, bias.
The question is there a bias? You think there is a bias?
Of course there is a bias. Of course there is a bias. Of course there is a bias. I have covered 2,700 kilometers of Padayatra. Then why am I not getting the coverage? See, the problem is not you covering me. What I'm trying to achieve here is to throw light on the problems of the people of Telangana, their plight. So really, with a sincere heart, I implore the media, please come and throw some light on the plight of my people in Telangana.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You've been traveling to Delhi often. You recently came to Delhi, you claim there's a scam, nobody's talking about the scam, nobody's talking about corruption. Why do you feel like that? I mean, is it true that you came and met the CAG on these scams?
Yes, actually, in fact, just this morning we have met the CAG to complain about the same corruption. Now this corruption we are talking about, I call this the biggest scam of India. This is the biggest scam of India because it involves money to the tune of 1.2 lakh crore of rupees.
How did you come to that conclusion on the figure?
Because the money that was spent on this project, according to government figures, it's right on there on the paper. It's not a project that's yet to be done. It's a project that's already completed, commissioned. It began in 2016, declared finished in 2019. So this is the kind of money that's already spent on this project. It's called the Kaleshwaram Lift Irrigation Project. And the money spent on this project is 1.2 lakh crores of rupees. This project was just meant to irrigate 18 lakh acres, but just irrigates less than 1 lakh acres. So the whole project itself the engineering of the project is flawed. This is the same project. This project was actually the brainchild of my father, late YSR. When he was the Chief Minister, he planned this project at the cost of 38,000 crores of rupees to irrigate 16.5 lakh acres of land. But the current Chief Minister said he would irrigate 18 lakh of acres at the cost of 1.2 lakh crores of rupees. So why is it hiked by so many times? It's 3 times more than what one Chief Minister wanted.
Have you asked him these questions? Has he answered these questions? Has anybody from his party answered these questions?
Anybody from?
From his party answered these questions. The BRS. You're referring to the BRS, right?
No, yeah, the BRS, correct. No, nobody answers these questions because it is blatantly, it's just right there. It's very obvious that the corruption involved in this scam is so obvious. They don't have the courage, they don't have the face to answer any of these questions. Actually, why don't they answer these questions? Because the media doesn't question them in the first place. I'm asking you all. Why don't you question KCR? Why don't you question
We question
TRS?
every government. We question every government. In fact, we are not very popular
Of course
with a lot
not.
of
No,
governments.
no. The local media is biased and the national media doesn't cover us. So there is nobody questioning Mr. KCR. So there are no answers. I'm asking you why. Why don't you ask the questions?
Okay, let me flip
See,
it this
there
way.
are two reasons why you may not be answering these questioning. There are two reasons why you may not be posing these questions. One, probably the national media doesn't know about it. If it doesn't know about it, it's a shame because it is the biggest scam of India. And another reason may be that you don't care. If you don't care, I'll tell you why you should care. You should care because the funds that went into this project actually came from central financial institutions.
Yes.
Money to the tune of 1 lakh crores came from institutions like Rural Electrification Corporation, like NABARD, like PNB, like Power Finance Corporation. 1 lakh crore of rupees came from all of these institutions into this project. So this is not notional money that I'm talking about. This is not money on paper that I'm talking about. This is actual money that went out of the exchequer into the hands of the contractor and from there siphoned off.
Yeah.
So this is the money of the people of India. This is actually
Do
taxpayers'
people talk
money.
about this when you go on a Padyatra, for example? Do people talk about this? Is there awareness within the people?
Well, some people do talk about it. Some people can see the results of this project because a project that was meant to irrigate 18 lakh of acres is not even irrigating 1 lakh acre of acres. The government itself says the last rainy season, all they irrigated from this project was 57,000 acres. So it's obvious that this project is a fiasco. But what I'm saying is it's not getting coverage, it's not getting the kind of attention it needs. This is actual money that is gone into the hands, siphoned off. This is actual money of the people, but where is the national media covering it? And why is the national media not covering it is my question. This is the biggest scam of India, on par with the 2G or the Colgate. This is the biggest scam of India in the recent history. 1.2 lakh crores of rupees. Imagine that.
Well, you've gone to the CAG. Let's hope that there is investigation into it. And of course, I mean, for every scam, there is a report, there is evidence, there is investigation that is done. I'm sure at the relevant stage, whatever comes out will be looked at, right? And will be reported. And I know that there have been several protests that have been held on this issue that have also been covered by the media. So you may be wrong. You may be wrong. And one more thing I have to say. Politicians also sometimes, they accuse the media of things which may not be true. Because I'm not so sure that they make statements without perhaps checking the actual coverage of what a channel.
Excuse me, Niranjan, this is the biggest scam of India. Is it getting the attention that it's supposed to get? Is it getting the attention that 2G got? Is it getting the attention that Colgate got? See, somewhere in Bihar, Mr. Lalu's fodder scam was what? Like 1,000 crores or less than 1,000 crores or 2,000 crores? People in Kerala know about it. People in Telangana know about it. Why? Because it's so close to Delhi. You people cover it.
Yes.
So somewhere far in Telangana, there's such a big scam happening in Telangana. 1.2 lakh crores of rupees is siphoned off and nobody is talking about it. Did you know about it? Do you know about it? Do the national media talk about it? Okay, whether the national media knows about it or talks about it, I do not know about it, but I definitely know that the BJP knows about it. Because people from the BJP party, the minister himself, Minister Shekhawat, himself, the Minister for Water Resources himself, he comes to our states and says that Kaleshwaram project is an ATM project for the Chief Minister. Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman herself comes and says this is a ridiculous project because the numbers doesn't... Exactly, I'm saying the BJP knows about it. No, the BJP knows about it. The BJP knows about it. My question to the BJP is why don't you commission an inquiry then. If you know the irregularities in the project, you are the watchdog of the country. You are the people in authority in India. You are the people who are ruling the country, then why don't you commission an authority? Why isn't there an audit? Why isn't there any inquiry commissioned on this project? Or why isn't there any action taken on the contractor who's built such a ridiculous project? So if BJP knows about it, they are not doing anything about it. Why? Because the media is not...
No, that's
because the media is not forcing them to. If the media covers it enough, then the BJP will be forced to take some action.
But let me tell you something. For example, you've thrown up figures here. It's a claim. As of now, it's a claim. It's a claim, right? There has to be an investigation. But I want to go back to one point that you made. You said we covered the Bihar story because it's close to Delhi. I want to correct you on that. Because that is exactly the kind of media we don't want to be, and we are not. It's the kind of media perhaps that we refer to as Lutyens media, right? Because if you look at the coverage of media, we do a lot. We pay a lot of stress to stories from different parts of the country. It's not true. I want to correct you on that. Things have changed. For example, one of the biggest stories we recently covered from the state of Telangana, the case of the minor gang rape. If you remember, we were one of the few networks that covered it to the point where there was intense scrutiny and pressure on the government to act. You will have to appreciate that. I mean, it's not as if media networks are scared of the government or something like that. So that may be a little...
No, I'm not saying you're scared of it. I'm just saying that you're too far away to pay any interest. I'm just saying that, see, what I'm saying is that you cover news from what's happening in other parts of the world more than you cover news on what's happening in other parts of India.
Yeah.
See, it's a simple thing. See, geographically, we are so far away from Delhi that it feels like a long distance relationship with the capital.
It's not true.
To top it up, and to top it up, I don't agree with you, Niranjan. And to top it up, you ignore us.
It hurts. That's not. I don't know who you're referring to when you say you are ignoring us.
It hurts. Do anybody here agree with me? Do anybody here agree with me that the central media does not cover...
What is central media?
I mean, the national media does not cover the states that are farthest from the capital.
No, not true.
See the applause. See the applause. Arey, hum hai bhai. Hum bhi hai bhai.
I am from Bangalore.
जरा देखो हमें भी देखो जरा हमें भी देखो
I share your angst.
जरा हमें भी देखो इतना अनजान भी मत मारो इतना अनजान भी मत मारो
I share your angst. I share your angst. I am from Karnataka. I speak Kannada. I speak Telugu as well. That's my mother tongue.
The further away you are from Delhi, the lesser you get covered.
Not anymore.
The lesser you get covered.
Things have changed.
No. You ask me. You told me that somebody who's not even done a padayatra of 500 kilometers gets covered more than me.
That is Lutyens media.
No. Whatever. Did you cover me? Did you cover me?
Of course we did.
No, you
didn't.
The
fact that we are here...
No, you didn't. No, you called me for Kaleshwaram project. I don't agree with that at all. The only time that the national media covers the other states is during elections. Which state has given BJP or Congress how many seats? Or which regional party is giving which alliance, UPA or NDA, how many seats? That's what interests the national media most about the regional parties in the states that are lower south.
We got the right leader for the subject. Is there a bias? Now let me ask you my question to you. See, you're a young politician, and like I was saying to you a little while earlier, right? It would have been easy, and as an observer and as a journalist, one would wonder that it would have been easier for you to join a party or be associated with join a party or be associated with a party you're familiar with. But why did you choose to launch your own party? And what are some of the challenges you are facing? Because you're alone and you have an election coming up. What are some of the challenges you face? And are you getting enough support on the ground?
Well, I did not join any other party like the TRS or the Congress or the BJP that are already existing in Telangana, because I did not approve with any of those parties, I do not approve with the style of their parties, the way they are functioning right now, the ideologies of certain parties, and I do not agree with the corruption of the TRS, of course. The reason I floated my own party is to bring back my father's reign. To make him proud is the reason I started YSR Telangana party that is named after my father. Of course there are challenges. There will be challenges to anybody starting up anything. Like you said, any startup will have challenges. I do have my own challenges. And as a woman, I have a little more challenges.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes.
Why don't you speak about that? Because very, very rarely do politicians actually speak about the challenges that they face. You mentioned as a woman, I find it more challenging. Why do you say that?
I say that because the perspective of the general politicians is that they belittle women. Like say, for example, I have floated a party. And when I floated a party and we wanted to do a hunger strike actually for the unemployed youth, because our government has not been giving notifications since 8 years and there is so much of unemployment in Telangana. So when I wanted to do this hunger strike for 3 days, the type of comments that came were so women-centric. They were like, oh, you want to do this thing? One of them, actually the chief minister's son himself called, every Tuesday I wanted to do a hunger strike, so he called it as the women doing vratas. What kind of a comment is that? Why would you say that? If it was a man doing that, would you say that?
Is that becoming a trend? Because often...
Another minister said that, because I'm doing it on every Tuesday, he said that every Tuesday, how do you put it in Hindi? It's like Mangalwar Sali kind of a thing.
Oh.
Those are horrendous. They actually hurt. What kind of comments are these? Just because I'm a woman? Is that what you mean? Of course there are challenges.
It was fantastic to have you with us on the NBF National Conclave. Y. Sharmila, thank you very much for coming all the way. And are you going back to the Padyatra tomorrow?
Yes.
All the very best. And thank you so much for taking the time out to be with us.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, the major two projects that he is going to inaugurate, the Prime Minister is going to inaugurate in Kedarnath, are the two major ropeways. Now, the cost of both these ropeways amount to about 2,400 crores. The rest is for the road connectivity and other religious connectivity in the state of Uttarakhand. Now, talking about the ropeways, the ropeway number one is connecting from Gaurikund to Kedarnath. Now remember, Gaurikund to Kedarnath, we travelled yesterday and it was by foot. It took us about 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours by foot, and that also when we were walking at our normal speed. So 6 to 7 hours of speed will be covered by this ropeway. When this ropeway is inaugurated, it will be covered. This distance of 16 kilometers will be covered in just about 30 minutes. Like yesterday, it took us almost 6 to 7 hours. This 6 to 7 hour distance will be covered in just 30 minutes.
When you told me that Republic should go global, I feel that we should have our own opportunities to do that, and our own service to our country, we will do exactly what you're saying and more. Mr. Malhotra, you identified the snakes, you identified the modus operandi. What is the solution that you identified?
Breaking India 1.0 was targeting the poor people in the villages, trying to convert them and all that. And Breaking India 2.0 is targeting the top people, the elite people, their kids. I think it's very dangerous because they are dismantling institutions. Republic TV should take on Al Jazeera, BBC, Fox TV, become a global enterprise. I'll do everything I can to make that happen because I think we need such an enterprise on the world stage. So if you were to get interested in doing that, I would be delighted.
सर, आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग
be going across to another very, very interesting session, which is titled Future of News, Federalism and Free Press. And in fact, in this session, we have a gamut of political guests straddling the length and breadth of the nation. All the guests in this next panel are stalwarts in their own individual capacity, in their own individual political party, and actually, as I said, are from all across the nation. We are quickly now going to be moving to our next panel, which is titled, as I said, Future of News, Federalism and Free Press.
India's mosaic of ideas and ethnicities is best catered by its federal structure. Mirroring this is the rise of regional news media, which no longer operates within its traditional sense of boundaries. The power center has diffused from the concentration and narrative building set only by the Hindi or English-speaking media. Therefore, industry estimates which show a steady growth of regional media channels comes as no surprise.
Indeed, Akshata, there are, of course, a whirlwind of challenges that still need to be addressed to keep the media free at a federal level. What are those challenges? What are the obstacles in the path to achieve this goal and these challenges? This is something we will, of course, be discussing, as I said, with our very, very experienced political guests. We have in this next session the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, Annamalai, is of course joining us live here. Let's welcome all of them with a loud round of applause. I will call you in just a bit to the stage. We also have chief spokesperson of the National Conference Party, Tanveer Sadiq. Tanveer Sadiq is with us as well. Welcome, Tanveer, to the show. We also have the Biju Janata Dal Member of Parliament, who is just come back from representing India in Rwanda at the IPU. Sasmit Patra with us as well. Sasmit ji, welcome to the conclave of NBF. We are going to be joined also by the editor-in-chief of Prague News, Prasanto Rajguru, as the moderator for this next session. Let's quickly first, to set the tone for this session, play out an AV on the theme.
Quasi-federalism is a key feature of Indian democracy. The rise of Indian states is mirrored by the rising regional news media. Regional and local media entities are a crucial part of the industry. Federalism and free press are key ingredients of our democracy. Now on the NBF National Conclave, gear up for an unmissable discussion on the future of news, federalism and free press.
Please invite on stage Tanveer Sadiq, Sasmit Patra, Annamalai and Prasanto Rajguru. Please. Prasantaji will just be joining you for the moderation of this session. Could we please have you on stage as well? Mr. Rajguru, the floor is yours. Over to you for this very, very interesting session titled Future of News, Federalism and Free Press.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all the guests, all the faces sitting here are very much familiar to you. You know all of them. And my face is, of course, not known to you. I'm from Assam. I look after the editorial desk of one Assamese channel, namely Prague News. We have been airing Assamese news for last 22 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this session's issue is federalism and free press. And while we were given the subject, the NBF had given us certain terms of reference. The terms of reference were very specific, mandate is very specific. We are supposed to discuss about the growth of regional media along with the growth of Hindi and English media. And NBF is very clear that the national media, quote unquote, does not exist at all. The term national media we have been using is actually meant for the Hindi and English media. There is no existence of national media as of now or as on date. Ladies and gentlemen, while discussing the federalism, all of us will appreciate that the very term federalism is a plural term. And the very idea of India is also plural. So, you cannot detach federalism from pluralism of our nation. So, while discussing the federalism, we must keep it in mind that the states were reorganized on the basis of language. And language has a very crucial role to play as far as the reorganization of states is concerned. Later on, in late 70s or after 70s, some states were carved out on the basis of ethnicity like Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, etc., etc. So, the federalism, the parameters of federalism was, one, the language, the state reorganization, number one, language, and number two, ethnicity. That reflects the plural and federal character of India. Now, my first question to Mr. Annamalai, the chief of the BJP, that one slogan or one narrative is making round in the popular notion that Hindu, Hindi, Hindutva. In that narrative, where is the space for federalism, Mr. Annamalai?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me here. If there is somebody who is pitching this narrative sitting in Delhi, that India is a country of people sitting in Delhi and deciding what narrative people should speak, I don't think anybody in the South is going to agree, or I don't think even leaders, many leaders in Delhi is going to agree with that. The problem is, in this age of information consumption, if 10 guys start peddling the same lie again and again and again, that it is only going to be this kind of country, this kind of party is going to do this kind of thing in a particular state, that driven by news channels, especially in the South, run by political parties. I come from a state where there are at least 12, 13 news channels run by 5 political parties. In terms of TRPs, the highest TRPs are claimed by news channels run by political parties. They have an agenda. For example, if there is a committee of official languages recently, which is doing rounds across India, in the report when it says, instead of Hindi in a category A state, it can be, instead of English in a category A state, can be replaced by Hindi. And category C state like Tamil Nadu, English can be replaced by Tamil. Okay. This part is edited out. Only the first part is taken. And the news channels, they go to town crying that central government is trying to impose Hindi, somebody from Delhi trying to impose Hindi. Nobody said it. But the only problem is the voice is higher. The voice is much larger. Because when you, as I said, 13 channels, maybe 2-3 channels I see in the NBF board here from Tamil Nadu. That is why they have chosen to join this NBF federation. I think they are also leading channels from Tamil Nadu. That needs to stop. It is not somebody is doing it. The noise some regional news channels create, that is run by political parties to suit their agenda of divisiveness, right from 1960, the same divisiveness you keep speaking over and over. Some bureaucrat in Delhi writing some Hindi letter to somebody in Tamil Nadu, immediately announce that as the central government's policy of everybody writing Hindi to the state of Tamil Nadu. That needs to stop, sir. I don't believe in that narrative, but that narrative is being said by people who can't take on the developmental politics or people who can't take on the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji.
Thank you, Mr. Annamalai. Same question to Mr. Sasmit Patra. So, Mr. Patra, where is the space of federalism and in that narrative? Hindu, Hindi, Hindustan.
You see, firstly, I don't know where this narrative is coming in from. But my simple, humble submission would be that when you go into states and you talk to people in the regional languages, there is a misnomer that probably media knows better is wrong. The people in the states know much better than the people sitting in Delhi. When you go for politics, and all the three of us come from political parties and you have been closely following politics, in a panchayat election, there is more politics than probably a Vidhan Sabha or a Lok Sabha election. And I'll tell you the reason why. We generally assume that people in the state, when they are going into regional channels or regional identities, are not very much aware about it. They know what is happening in Delhi, what is the narrative being set from Delhi, and they will choose what they think is right for them and will reject what they do not think right. And this entire TRP business, I'm not going into that. But my sense is, I come from Odisha, I come from the Biju Janata Dal, from Mr. Naveen Patnaik ji's party, and we are a party that has been in power for 5 consecutive terms. We are 22 years and counting. And in this period of time, you've had the Congress party and you had the BJP. So you had a national narrative that was always there and will be. But despite that, why does Odisha choose a regional party? It's not because of the narrative being set by Delhi, but in terms of governance that is set by the state. So ultimately, what is the narrative is probably gets you 2 or 3% or 4% of the margins of population. The larger population, whether it's Tamil Nadu or Jammu Kashmir or Odisha, know very well what's right for them and they'll choose it, irrespective of whether television channels in Delhi or Bhubaneswar think otherwise. So therefore, narrative setting and narrative imposition is counterproductive to the same people who are setting that narrative, whichever media it is. Over a period of time, they may watch that media because that media seems to have entertainment value. But they will not take that media seriously when they decide on their preferences and choices in governance. That would be my 2 cents.
Thank you. Tanvir, your take, please.
Thank you very much, NBF, and all of you here to invite us. I personally believe that, it is the strengthening of federal structure and the recognition of diversity of this country that somehow strengthens the country and shows the vibe, the whole strength of this country. The fact that we all, whether it is from Tamil Nadu, Odisha, all of us from different background, different religion, different states, come together on a stage. The only thing that binds us is a country called India. I think there is nothing else to it than a huge country like this. But I come from a state of Jammu and Kashmir, and I think I have been at a total opposite of what federalism means here. I will not go into how the Article 370 was abolished or revoked.
We shall come to the question later on. Article 370.
No, I'm just telling you how we have been on the receiving end. The fact that federalism, there was a prosperous state. Because see, this country will only grow when the states will be strengthened. And I believe when the state of Jammu and Kashmir, when it was downgraded from a prosperous state to a UT and then divided into 2, I think that is something that the whole country should have woken up and said, this is wrong. I mean, I'll not, like I said, 370 is a part of it, but this was something that strengthened the federalism structure here. Unfortunately, the media celebrated it. And media said that there was not a single voice who said, look here, Jammu and Kashmir has been downgraded to a UT, that is wrong. And that also without the mandate of the people. This is something that actually hurts us. Because do you decide the states by how many seats they have? Or do you decide that if Jammu and Kashmir is a part of this country, then of course what is good for Maharashtra, UP, Tamil Nadu or any other state is as good for Jammu and Kashmir. So this is something that we have been on the receiving end, and I feel that this country can only grow if the federal structure is strengthened. If you try to weaken it and centralize the whole system, then I believe that this country will not only stop growing, there will be a lot of alienation and a lot of demands, which of course the center will not listen to. So I feel federalism is very important in this country.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, while I was given the agenda, I saw the name of Mr. Sasmit Patra, but I didn't notice his party's name. So I was of the idea that Mr. Sambit Patra is coming. So, so finally I found Mr. Sasmit Patra. Glad to see you, sir. But thing is that, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sambit Patra is from Orissa. He's a BJP leader. He's a regular happening in every television channel. You must have already seen him almost regularly. But the state from which he is coming, the issues of Orissa, once in a blue moon we used to see in the Hindi or English television. So space, the deserving space for the regional issues, it is not been given. YS Sharmila has openly complained it in this platform few minutes back. So I would like to hear from Sasmit Patra. Did Orissa get the deserving space in the English or Hindi media?
Well, I'll not join the issue and say that Odisha has got or hasn't got. I'll give 2 or 3 instances that will say for itself whether we have. 2020 COVID, oxygen was in short supply. Odisha stepped up and oxygen from many of the areas within Odisha came up because we have a large manufacturing base of steel. And the national media covered. When Hockey India was forgotten and hockey started doing very well, people started looking for where is hockey coming in from. They realized it was Odisha.
True.
So they started looking at Odisha. When disaster management is there and they say there is zero casualty, where do they look for? They look for Odisha. So I think if the stories are compelling from different states, if the stories hold water, and if the stories hold the national imagination, the national media cannot afford to ignore. And I'll tell you the simple reason why. The national media can afford to ignore for a certain period of time, but today you have social media. So even if the national media forgets or affords to ignore, the social media will also carry those stories in parallel, and people will start looking for those stories, and the national media will automatically start getting onto track. So earlier there was a situation, we had only the newspaper, the radio, the TV, they were the only media. Because what is media? Medium. Medium was what? For communication. Today you have multiple communication platforms.
Yes.
And therefore a media, if it feels it can ignore, a state cannot, as long as, and again I say, if a state is willing to walk the talk, deliver on governance, ensure the right aspects at a national level, the entire national media will watch. They watched in oxygen supply, they watched in hockey, they watched in disaster management, and they'll keep watching.
Couple of days back, your government has regularized as many as 57,000 casual employees. Have you seen this news in English or Hindi media?
I'm not really looking forward to English and Hindi carrying me. I'm not. Why should? Because we have regularized, we are doing governance for the last 22 years, led by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik ji. When Naveen Babu, you've asked on various platforms, and they said, sir, why can't you speak so more? He says, let my work speak for itself. Why should my words? And that's the secret source of success behind Biju Janata Dal and Naveen Patnaik. He doesn't speak, his work speaks. We talked about oxygen and hockey. Did he go to town and put up full-page newspaper ads? Have you ever seen a full-page newspaper ad nationally coming from Odisha and from Mr. Naveen Patnaik? Never. But you listen to him, you want to know what he says, and you want to know what he does. That is important.
Mr. Annamalai, your take please. is your state, Tamil Nadu, is getting the adequate and deserving space in Hindi and English media?
I think more than the deserving space, I would say, many a times when the debate from Delhi happens, it doesn't happen with the correct narrative. When regional party in Tamil Nadu talks about the Dravidian development model, and people don't have the patience, people don't have the understanding to get into it, behind it, see it, what it is. When Tamil Nadu talks about the center being against it, when DMK keeps making that statement, of course we get a space. It is not about the space. It is about the complete non-understanding of the issue at hand, not seeing from a Tamil Nadu perspective, not debating the actual points that is in the ground. In fact, I would say, with respect to the state of Tamil Nadu, it is overrepresented many a time, not especially from the Delhi, from the media space. I don't think any other state has got the number of channels that we have. Our state is a leading pioneer which has managed to marry news to a general entertainment to a corporate. If you see, a corporate belonging to a political party owns a media, and not only is it a news channel, it will be a general entertainment channel also, which will showcase a movie. Then at 8 o'clock, they'll put a news. They have taken it to a different level. They know how to hook the audience, present the news. So the fine lines of separation is not there between corporate, between a political party, between a news. It has all merged. And from the Delhi perspective, it is all the wrong narratives that people talk from the studio here, which actually doesn't resonate with the state of Tamil Nadu. That is my two complaints here.
Your take, please, Mr. Tanveer Sadiq, very briefly, that did Jammu and Kashmir get the adequate space or the deserving space in English and Hindi media?
Unfortunately, we've been deprived of democracy from the last 4.5 years. So whatever is happening right now is done by Raj Bhavan. So, and again, it brings again the federalism and how the news channels have been biased towards us. The fact that if you read the local newspapers, you will have only big pictures of the LG there, while as it should have been a democratically elected government. The fact that all along, and I'll not blame the present dispensation, right from Congress rule, I feel Raj Bhavan has been all along used to weaken the democracy. And especially since I come from Jammu and Kashmir and I belong to the party headed by Farooq Abdullah. So I believe when the media should have woken up and said, look here, this is wrong. It is not Raj Bhavan which should run the affairs of the state, but it should be a democratically elected government. Like I said, Congress has its track record and it's pretty bad. So is now whatever is happening right till the 2019. So I believe I know Arnab Goswami has done more than shows on Kashmir than probably all the 75 news channels have done. And he knows Kashmir very well. Unfortunately, I expected him to have a debate on democracy because I know he fights for democracy on his channel. But unfortunately, when we don't have friends here in Delhi who don't speak about democracy, you may have reasons to believe that probably my party or we don't have the same ideology as other political parties, but we are Indians. We believe in the Constitution. We believe that this country can only grow when the states are strengthened. Unfortunately, the narrative that is, I'll tell you on a different scale. A government is formed by people where the people vote for them. They give the mandate to the government to govern for 5 years. Then if they do wrong or right, it is decided after 5 years. But during those 5 years, it is the role of the media to tell the government what wrong they are doing. Because for the right reasons, they've already been elected. It is for the wrong reasons that you need to tell them, look here, this is wrong. And there where you should stop. Unfortunately, we've been, like I said, on the receiving end, not only from the media, but also from the people because of the narrative that has been caused. So unfortunately, you may claim a lot of development in Jammu and Kashmir, but it is the duty of the government there, an elected government, not the Raj Bhavan or not the non-elected people. So I feel it's been very unfair when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are already behind the schedule and I have been asked to wind up. So thank you for being with us. See you. Okay, thank you very much.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being exported into the government, into the private sector, into all sorts of places. It's very fashionable for the young people in the humanities and social sciences to mimic American social thought and bring it into India. That's the reality.
Now, the major two projects that he is going to inaugurate, the Prime Minister is going to inaugurate in Kedarnath, are the two major ropeways. Now, the cost of both these ropeways amount to about 2,400 crores. The rest is for the road connectivity and other religious connectivity in the state of Uttarakhand. Now, talking about the ropeways, the ropeway number one is connecting from Gaurikund to Kedarnath. Now remember, Gaurikund to Kedarnath, we travelled yesterday and it was by foot. It took us about 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours by foot, and that also when we were walking at our normal speed. So 6 to 7 hours of speed will be covered by this ropeway. When this ropeway is inaugurated, it will be covered. This distance of 16 kilometers will be covered in just about 30 minutes. Like yesterday, it took us almost 6 to 7 hours. This 6 to 7 hour distance will be covered in just 30 minutes.
When you told me that Republic should go global, I feel that we should have our own opportunities to do that, and our own service to our country, we will do exactly what you're saying and more. Mr. Malhotra, you identified the snakes, you identified the modus operandi. What is the solution that you identified?
Breaking India 1.0 was targeting the poor people in the villages, trying to convert them and all that. And Breaking India 2.0 is targeting the top people, the elite people, their kids. I think it's very dangerous because they are dismantling institutions. Republic TV should take on Al Jazeera, BBC, Fox TV, become a global enterprise. I'll do everything I can to make that happen because I think we need such an enterprise on the world stage. So if you were to get interested in doing that, I would be delighted.
सर, आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फबारी देखने को मिली कल, और उससे भी बेहतर ये है कि मोदी जी आ गए थे यहाँ पे।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
पुणे, महाराष्ट्र।
So you see, we have people from Pune, and just before some time I was talking to a few people who are not from you, who've come from US, to take the blessings of Mahadev, the majestic shivling inside. Remember, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we have here, and it's considered one of the most holiest places. We'll also get some of more reactions of the people. We'll get your reactions of the priests.
Resound.
There
because
might be
of this,
sir, but we can hear you just fine. You can carry on. We'll try to get that echo fixed. You please carry on, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. In democracy, always there are 4 pillars. One is legislature, executive, judiciary and media. In democracy, always opposition parties or political parties are playing different roles, especially opposition, other political parties. This is how democracy has to function smoothly. Everybody should have freedom to express and communicate and expose the public issues. Especially media and opposition has to work together. In history, if you see, media played so many times very vital role in exposing corruption. Even opposition parties always will collect information and will expose in assembly and outside all platforms. That reports, media will take it up and then they will communicate to the people in an effective way. In Andhra Pradesh, all these things are becoming very bad condition, bad to worse. if you see here, there is a reverse. One is media is not giving adequate space for opposition parties in different levels. It may be national level or state level, all these things. Even other issue, if you see here, governments are giving so much of money for advertisements. Thereby, they wanted to carry only positive news and no opposition party news. This is another very, very bad trends are going on. As a matter of fact, I was in opposition for the last 3.5 years. Earlier also I was in opposition for 10 years. We were in ruling 22 years, but 19 years we are in opposition. But first time we are seeing this type of governance or political party which is totally snubbing all political parties and also opposition party especially. They brought one GO 2430. If you see here, this GO is very clear. Powers to department HODs to file cases on media through GO number 2430. After careful examination of the matter, government hereby accord permission to delegate powers to the secretaries of respective departments to issue rejoinders, file complaints and lodge appropriate cases if need be through public prosecutor against defamatory news items published, telecast, posted in print, electronic, social media, pertaining to their respective departments after following due powers of law. What I am saying,
it's the politicians to blame. It's the governance that puts media also under threat, and it's the politicians fighting amongst themselves. Why is the media to blame in here, sir?
No, I am not blaming media. There is manipulation for media. That is one step. Those who are writing, they are blackmailing them, this type of GO, and no reporter is able to write. Is it democracy? That is what I wanted to highlight. Even so-called your press council or Broadcasters Federation or Editors Guild, nobody is able to fight. That is the pity. That is what I wanted to highlight.
So
one is this issue.
How can podiums
we are
like
moving in a big way for
75
years.
How can federations better representing the regional press? And there is a specific
That's
other
what I'm
example
saying.
that has been raised, where a lot of the regional press sometimes is owned by political parties. How can that fair voice be represented then, sir?
That is what I am asking you. Some political parties are having media. Added to that, those who are independently acting, they are putting this type of blackmailing tactics and also facing booking cases against them. How can they act? Finally, what is happening, opposition role or communication has become practically very difficult. One example I am telling you. Recently in Visakhapatnam, Pawan Kalyan, Janasena president, he wanted to visit that place for a program, Janavani. When he landed there, they wanted to put restrictions on him. Then they attacked, and also in turn, he was totally harassed day in, day out. Very bad incident. Even political parties are unable to perform. Even media is unable to write. Is it not the responsibility of national media to take it up? That is what I am questioning here.
But
this is where,
true,
if you protect democracy,
all politicians in power,
then only we can
and,
do all these things.
You've been alliance at the center,
Please.
you've ruled the state for more than 20 years, sir. They lobby the media and pressure the media, but sometimes it's convenient for oppositions, in opposition's sake, to say that the media is not with us. The first question I asked you was about Pawan Kalyan. The problem is the politics. The problem is not the media.
No, not the media, but media is snubbing. That is what I wanted to highlight in this platform. It is not only media and opposition. It is media, ruling party, and also opposition parties, all political parties for that matter.
Okay.
That is what I want to emphasize
Chandrababuji,
here.
you know, you've been
Even
lobbying
during my tenure
for
also,
farmers-
you have seen
farmers
national
in your
level.
state, sir. You've been lobbying for farmers in your state. A lot of them have been on tour in Delhi to lobby media
Yeah.
houses to cover their cause. When you saw the farmer agitation that was brought to Delhi and the kind of coverage it got, do you feel then frustration that there is a regional disparity, although your cause was different, but the community was the same?
No, what I'm saying, even there also not adequate coverage at national media. Sometimes media at a national level, you are giving priority for some issues, but genuine issues. One is Amravati farmers. You are unable to focus. This is what I wanted to emphasize here. This is the historic fight they are doing. Government has given right for them. Court has upheld. They wanted to go for protest. They want to go rally, Padayatra. Even Padayatra, they are unable to do it. Is it a democracy? This is where I am questioning, or I am highlighting this forum.
But Chandrababu,
even national media has to take it up.
Lies to whom? So you are
earlier,
hoping,
if you
of course, we
see
criticize-
on your own,
we
public
criticize
issues you
Jagan
have
Reddy.
highlighted.
So you are, of course, hoping we criticize Jagan Reddy and give greater coverage. I'm assuming you're hoping we criticize the national government. But when it comes to the criticism of the opposition, then the media is painted as sold out. How is that fair?
No, I am not saying that. Impartial way in a democracy. Only issue based you have to highlight. That is what I am asking. Media and opposition, that is the role we have to play. I have seen all these things for the last 40 years, not today. Even before economic reforms, after economic reforms. I am watching at national level so many political developments. I am not blaming anybody. But at the same time, this is the platform I want to express my views. We are all working for this great country, to empower this great country, and ultimately everybody should express their views freely. Media has to cover. That is what I want to emphasize.
Chandrababuji, last thoughts and last question to you is, in keeping with what you just said, there is a Team India approach, but oftentimes opposition becomes for the sake of opposition. Is it okay, in your opinion, that when something good happens and when governments do good things, that equally vehemently they should be praised for it, not just finding fault and criticizing?
No, I am very clear. India is a great country. All of us has to remember this. After economic reforms, India is moving very fast. And at the same time, in a knowledge economy, India is playing very vital role. In future, we are going to play more vital role. In knowledge economy, IT is the backbone. That India is very strong. If you see all Indians all over the world, they are doing extremely well. Another 25 years, they are going to do further better. Why I am saying all these things? There is a great time for India if all of us as team work together, irrespective of our political differences. Finally, India will become 100 years Independence Day, either 1 or 2. This is going to happen. For all these things, India is having a demographic advantage. No other country is having. This is where I want to emphasize. Minor differences will be there, but broad principles, how to empower people of India is very important.
Okay.
That is what I wanted to. Never I opposed anything which is good for the nation.
Well, Chandrababu Naiduji, I know this is not the podium for the political questions on whether you regret leaving the NDA or your prospective conversation with the Jan Sena, so I'm going to leave it at that. Really appreciate you joining us, and thank you so much for waiting and addressing this forum, which is beaming across 40 news channels as we speak. Can we give him a big round of applause, please?
सर, आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फबारी देखने को मिली कल। और उससे भी बेहतर ये है कि मोदी जी आ गए थे यहाँ पे।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
पुणे, महाराष्ट्र।
So you see, we have people from Pune, and just before some time I was talking to a few people who are not from you, who've come from US, to take the blessings of Mahadev, the majestic shivling inside. Remember, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we have here, and it's considered one of the most holiest places. We'll also get some of more reactions of the people. We'll get your reactions of the priest here, but let me just ask my camera person to pan around and show the majestic view that we have. This majestic view of snow-clad mountain, of snow-clad mountains surrounded by snow, and in between we have this majestic, the beautiful, the holiest temple shrine of Kedarnath temple.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being exported into the government, into the private sector, into all sorts of places. It's very fashionable for the young people in the humanities and social sciences to mimic American social thought and bring it into India. That's the reality.
Of Article 370 and 35A, there were provisions for holding the official accommodation of the residents, but after the abrogation, the laws in Jammu and Kashmir got changed. Now she is not entitled for the property where she is presently residing, and now we are seeing the government has issued notice to Miss Mufti on 15th of October. So almost 7 days are will be exhausted tomorrow, and we are picking from the sources within the administration.
जहां पर चुनौतियां हैं, जहां पर सरकार को घेरने का काम है या जगाने का काम है, आप वहां भी पीछे नहीं रहते। एक सजग प्रहरी के रूप में आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं, मैं इसलिए आपको बधाई देता हूं। मैं क्षमा चाहता हूं, मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से नहीं रह पाया। मैंने अर्नब गोस्वामी जी से कहा था कि मैं आपके सभी सदस्यों से मिलना चाहूंगा, लेकिन हिमाचल में चुनाव है और आज नामांकन में मुझे 5 स्थानों पर रहना था, मैं नहीं आ पाया। लेकिन जब भी आपकी भविष्य में बैठक होगी, मैं उसका हिस्सा बनना चाहूंगा। 2 बातें मैं यहां पर रखना चाहता हूं कि इन्फोडेमिक, ये पेंडेमिक के समय कहा गया, और ये भारत ने दुनिया भर में एक बड़ी चुनौती के रूप में देखने को मिला कि सही खबर की बजाय एक फैब्रिकेटेड खबर के कारण लोगों की जाने तक चली गई। ये दुष्प्रचार जो है, ये सरकार को ही नहीं, समाज को भी बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाता है। मैं आशा करता हूं आप इन फैब्रिकेटेड और फेक न्यूज़ पर रोक लगाएंगे, और जैसे पीआईबी फैक्ट चेक करता है कि फर्जी खबर पर हम लोगों को जानकारी भी देते हैं और आगे भी देंगे। अगर फर्जी खबर को आप भी रोक लगाने का प्रयास करेंगे तो अच्छा होगा। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, सरकार की ओर से अगर आपको कुछ भी चाहिए हो, हम वो करने का प्रयास करेंगे। सेवा ब्रॉडकास्ट पोर्टल की अगर मैं बात करूं, अब ऑनलाइन ही आपको सब कुछ जानकारी भी मिलती है, आप एप्लीकेशन भी डाल सकते हैं, आप किसी को दफ्तर आने की जरूरत नहीं। हमने इसको सरल और सुलभ करने का काम किया है। टेक्नोलॉजी पर हमने नए कदम उठाए हैं। मैं आपके सुझाव आमंत्रित करता हूं, क्या और बदलाव आप हमारी पॉलिसीज में, नीतियों में देखना चाहते हो? भारत कंटेंट का हब कैसे बने, न्यूज़ का हब कैसे बने, और भारत जहां अन्य क्षेत्रों में एक लीडर के रूप में उभर रहा है, इस नए भारत में मेरे मीडिया के भाई, ब्रॉडकास्टर्स भारत को एक लीडिंग रोल में कैसे ला सकते हैं? कृपया करके आप अपने सुझाव भी दें, और आइए इकट्ठे मिलकर भारत को इस क्षेत्र में भी लीडर बनाएं। टेक्नोलॉजी हो, सॉफ्टवेयर हो, प्रेजेंटर हो, न्यूज़ रिपोर्टर हो, या आपकी तरह मीडिया ऑनर्स हों, आइए भारत को दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ देशों में न्यूज़ ब्रॉडकास्टिंग में अव्वल दर्जे पर पहुंचाएं। आप सब जुड़े, आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भविष्य में व्यक्तिगत रूप से मिलेंगे भी, तब के लिए शुभकामनाएं। दीपावली की बहुत बहुत बधाई।
When you told me that Republic should go global, I feel that we should have our own opportunities to do that, and our own service to our country, we will do exactly what you're saying and more. Mr. Malhotra, you identified the snakes, you identified the modus operandi. What is the solution that you identified?
Breaking India 1.0 was targeting the poor people in the villages, trying to convert them and all that. And Breaking India 2.0 is targeting the top people, the elite people, their kids. I think it's very dangerous because they are dismantling institutions. Republic TV should take on Al Jazeera, BBC, Fox TV, become a global enterprise. I'll do everything I can to make that happen because I think we need such an enterprise on the world stage. So if you were to get interested in doing that, I would be delighted.
सर आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया, क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फबारी देखने को मिली कल। और उससे भी बेहतर ये है कि मोदी जी आ गए थे यहाँ पे।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
पुणे, महाराष्ट्र।
So you see, we have people from Pune, and just before some time I was talking to a few people who are not from you, who've come from US, to take the blessings of Mahadev, the majestic shivling inside. Remember, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we have here, and it's considered one of the most holiest places. We'll also get some of more reactions of the people. We'll get your reactions of the priest here, but let me just ask my camera person to pan around and show the majestic view that we have. This majestic view of snow-clad mountain, of snow-clad mountains surrounded by snow, and in between we have this majestic, the beautiful, the holiest temple shrine of Kedarnath temple.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being exported into the government, into the private sector, into all sorts of places. It's very fashionable for the young people in the humanities and social sciences to mimic American social thought and bring it into India. That's the reality.
Now the major two projects that he is going to inaugurate, the Prime Minister is going to inaugurate in Kedarnath, are the two major ropeways. Now the cost of both these ropeways amount to about 2,400 crores. The rest is for road connectivity and other religious connectivity in the state of Uttarakhand. Now talking about the ropeways, the ropeway number one is connecting from Gaurikund to Kedarnath. Now remember, Gaurikund to Kedarnath, we travelled yesterday and it was by foot. It took us about 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours by foot, and that also when we were walking at our normal speed. So 6 to 7 hours of speed will be covered by this ropeway. When this ropeway is inaugurated, it will be covered. This distance of 16 kilometers will be covered in just about 30 minutes. Like yesterday, it took us almost 6 to 7 hours. This 6 to 7 hour distance will be covered in just 30 minutes.
Of Article 370 and 35A, there were provisions for holding the official accommodation of the residents, but after the abrogation, the laws in Jammu and Kashmir got changed. Now she is not entitled for the property where she is presently residing, and now we are seeing the government has issued notice to Miss Mufti on 15th of October. So almost 7 days are will be exhausted tomorrow, and we are picking from the sources within the administration that tomorrow the administration will make another move by sending.
It has already been deliberated at length. Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma has clearly spelt out how the media, Lutyens media, has seen the Northeast or has covered the Northeast, and a little while back, YS Sharbila has expressed her anger and dismay that her 2,000 odd Padyatra has not been covered well. I would like to ask before that just one small thing that a friend of mine told me. He's a software engineer working in one of the top MNCs in Bangalore, and in their cafeteria there were 3 television news channels on display. 2 were in English and 1 in Kannada. And in all those channels, there were Mumbai floods being shown. He said that I've got full sympathy, and I really, sympathize with the people out there that are facing the hardships. But he asked me, we face about a month of floods in Assam every year, annual feature. But why don't we get the coverage? As a journalist, he had asked me. And honestly speaking, I didn't have much answer to that. So I'm looking for an answer. And as our friends outside said that there has to be some agenda set by the Lutyens media. The media editorial decisions has to be made. So let me begin by asking Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, a young politician. You have taken part in a lot of debates, but I'm very curious to know, have you ever taken part in any discussion related to Northeast, or just because I come from Assam? So I'm very interested to know, have you ever taken part as a national spokesperson in some discussion in a mainstream media on the Northeast?
Good evening, friends. Thank you so much for NBF, its organizers, Arnab, and other esteemed members of NBF team for inviting us here. And let me start by paying my prayers to the late Netaji. There is a prayer that is held across Uttar Pradesh for his departed soul. As far as your question is concerned, I think let's talk from the moment right now. In 2022, this is in the last 6 years of my being on television, I have participated in the least number of debates. And the reason is that I very vocally told people who would people who invite guest coordinators here, that I don't participate in Hindu-Muslim debates. That reduces 70% of debates that happen on television channel. I don't participate in debates ki Modi ji mahan hai. That reduces another 20% of debates on Indian national television channels. And then remaining 10% of debates that exist, you can define whether they represent Northeast or whether they represent Tamil Nadu, whether they represent Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. My father served Air Force. I grew up traveling across the country, largely living in southern states. And even the Doordarshan at that time would cover the entire nation. The CSDS has today released the survey of who are the viewers of various news channels. It is absolutely clear that in this version of news is a business. It's a business where advertisement is played out. You have to ask who the advertiser is. You will play out an advertisement as per your viewers. If more than 50% of viewers of a channel, as per CSDS Lok Niti survey, are of one leaning, then you advertise products for that leaning. Now the question is, what is getting advertised? As I said, 70% Hindu-Muslim debates. Who wants to advertise Hindu-Muslim debates? There's no journalist here who will say that prior to 2014, every week they will do 3 or 4 Hindu-Muslim debates. What happened? That after 2014, they are forced to do every week 3 or 4 Hindu-Muslim debates. So if the advertisement becomes the idea of conflict in society, the advertisement becomes not the price of milk in Delhi, or the fact that in an exam, you tell me, sir, if a government organizes the exam, and 100 students apply for it, what is failure? If 40 students do not even reach exam centers. In Uttar Pradesh, when the media played its usual agenda, 36 lakh students applied for an exam. In a government, we are talking about Modi ji giving some job bonanza. 36 lakh people. Do you know how many people did not reach the center? More than 16 lakh people did not reach the center. So we don't know what the agenda is, but we know who the advertiser is. And for that, I have brought the newspaper. This is Indian Express, one of the more centered newspapers. Look at the Indian Express. The one that fell right now is economy, by the way. That's how limited the economy is. This is the first page of Indian Express. So when news platforms become businesses that advertise, You must ask who the advertiser is, and that will tell you what the news is going to be. Thank you.
Sudhanshu Trivedi, I remember, Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga, he very articulately described, saying that New Delhi only listens to the sound of bullets, because at that time insurgency was at its peak. But now with insurgency on the downslide, things are a little bit looking up. But let me ask you, do you agree to the fact that the more we are away from the farthest from Delhi, the coverage in terms of the media coverage gets lesser? That's what YS Sharmila a few minutes back had complained. So do you agree to that fact that Delhi mainstream media cannot see beyond Delhi in terms of news coverage?
Actually, the problem with Lutyens' zone was not geographical distancing. It was a consistent distancing from the soul of India.
Mindset?
I'm just telling you, if there is something in Northeast happening which is having a potential of having a negative impact on the national consciousness or national integrity of India, then it's a news. And even if something happening in just 50 kilometers away from Delhi in a village which is having potential of putting a negative impact on the social fabric of India or the national pride of India, it's a news. But if something positive happening, it's not a news. That's why I want to put forth a fact. He was asking about the advertisement and funds and others. I would just like to say, now look at the decades 60s, 70s and 80s when Lutyens' zone has reached to its zenith. What was the sources? Mitrokin's archive, KGB and the World Part 2. The details are there. Yuri Bachmanev, who was here, a KGB agent who was working here as a journalist, now he has disclosed what was the sources and how at the time the media and those who are considering themselves as an intellectual stalwart. I am not disrespecting anybody, but quote unquote in the words of Yuri Bachmanev, he was saying they were the useful idiots for us. It was his word. Because we were just watching that how useful he can be. For which agenda? He said that he was given an agenda to destroy the Indian culture. Though he subsequently became admirer of that. And that's why, if I want to say 1975 during emergency, I'm not having that type of memory. But hardly Lutyens' media was taking any initiative in a movement against emergency. But that created a history. Now, from my memory, late 80s, entire Lutyens media was against BJP and BJP kept rising. 89 we got 86, बस हो गया, इसके बाद नहीं. 91, 120, अरे बस maximum हो गया, इसके आगे नहीं. 196, 190, हो गया, इसके आगे नहीं. Entire Lutyens media was against Bala Saheb Thackeray in the decade of 90s. He kept on rising. सब कहते रहे बीजेपी की सरकार नहीं बनेगी Lutyens media में. We formed the government. Entire decade of 2000, मोदी जी के खिलाफ, मोदी जी बढ़ते रहे, मोदी जी कभी नहीं आएंगे, आ गए. एक बार हमारा भी साथ दिया था 2004 इंडिया शाइनिंग और हम नहीं आए. तो नाउ इट इज फॉर लुटियंस मीडिया टू इंट्रोस्पेक्ट कि आपके पास वो कौन सी जादू की छड़ी है कि आप देख ही नहीं पाते हैं, या जो आप देखते हैं वो हमेशा गलत ही देखते हैं. दिस इज द बेसिक प्रॉब्लम दैट दे हैव नाउ स्टक इनटू एन एरा व्हिच इज ऑफ pre-2000. So I would like to conclude with a sentence. After we first time got a clear majority on 16th of May 2014, so I am quoting 18th May 2014, London's which was Guardian, Sunday Guardian of London, because Lutyens media respects the foreign media. Sunday Guardian of London has said that 16th of May 2014 should be considered as a date on which Britishers finally left India. Because from 1947 onwards, in the various systems, thought process, all things were going on mostly which were the carrier of the British colonial legacy. For the first time, that type of organization has got the power which has no connection with the previous British colonial legacy, and Lutyens' zone was nothing but a hangover of the previous British Raj, and when the Raj Path has become Kartavya Path. So I think that Lutyens should try also to relook at their own path.
Atul Ranjanji, A few minutes back, as I have been repeatedly telling, Sharmila ji had also said the same thing. South, then East, Northeast. Sikkim generally comes to the forefront only when there is a Doklam-like standoff. Arunachal Pradesh, Assam Chief Minister has rightly said a few moments ago, saying that only when there is a standoff that the media shows or covers it. But when there are something, the Indian Army does something very good, it's never been projected. So what, according to you, you have been such a seasoned senior politician, you must have seen this or you must have observed this kind of disparity.
देखिए, भारतीय समाज बहुत विविधताओं का समाज है. Sorry, I'm speaking in a language which is known and spoken by the overwhelming majority of this country, and I think the message of this NBF must go to the maximum number of people. So I'm using that in. You should not take it that I am very chauvinistic about my Hindi language, but I should also say, don't be very, 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 very dear to that language, which is an alien language and is spoken by only 3 crore of people of this country. But anyway, जब हम गुस्से में भारतीय आ जाता है तो अंग्रेजी बोलने लगता है. भारतीय जब गुस्से में आता है तब अंग्रेजी में बोलने लगता है. लेकिन समस्या समाज की ये है, समस्या समाज की ये है, भारत के अंदर जितने राज्य हैं उन राज्यों की समस्याओं को भारत का न्यूज़पेपर, भारत के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया कवर करता है. एक ज़माना था जब टीवी नहीं था. कौन जानता था फिजो को? कौन जानता था नागालैंड के आंदोलन को? कौन जानता था आईएम को? कौन जानता था लालडेंगा को? ये प्रिंट मीडिया था. अब आप कह देंगे कि वो बिल्कुल किनारे पर था. नहीं, सारे देश जानते थे, वो मीडिया के थ्रू जानते थे और बड़ी एक्सक्लूसिव स्टोरी आती थी. एक ज़माना था जब अखबारों को पढ़ते थे लोग, समाचार पत्रों को पहले पेज पर पढ़ते थे. ये क्रिकेट में हो गया, ये हॉकी में हो गया, दुनिया के पैमाने पर ये हो गया, भारत का विकास दर ये हो गया, प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा. आज पहले पेज पर एक अधनंगी लड़की, कहाँ है महिला वो तमाम कार्यकर्ता, एक अधनंगी लड़की मर्सिडीज के सामने खड़ी होकर के प्रचार कर रही है कि 30 लाख रुपए इस वक्त मर्सिडीज पर हमने रिलीफ दे दिया है, आओ लूट लो मर्सिडीज को. कहाँ है वो लोग? फर्स्ट पेज का वही हाल है, सेकंड पेज का वही हाल है, थर्ड पेज में अद्धा जो छपता है उसका भी हाल है, फोर्थ पेज में न्यूज है कि रणबीर कपूर कटरीना कैफ के घर से निकल गए 4 कॉलम के. तो आप देखिए ना क्या है स्थिति. हम लोग जब राजनीति में, स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिक्स में थे, ये हमारे छोटे भाई की तरह, बहुत स्नेह है मेरा इनके प्रति, दोनों के प्रति. मैं यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट यूनियन का लखनऊ का प्रेसिडेंट था. मैं एक प्राइमरी के स्कूल से, गांव से पढ़ के आया था, अंग्रेजी नहीं जानता था और अंग्रेजी न जानने की वजह से मैं चेन्नई के रेलवे स्टेशन पर जूतों से पीटा गया था. जूतों से, एक आध बार नहीं कई बार पीटा गया था. सुनीता सत्यार्थी जयपुर विश्वविद्यालय छात्र संघ की अध्यक्ष थी स्टूडेंट यूनियन की, वो हिंदी बोल रही थी, वो पीटी गई थी. वो दौर था कुछ और, वो दौर था कुछ और. फिर मैंने अंग्रेजी सीखने की कोशिश की. मेरे गुरुजनों ने मुझे सिखाया, मेरे परिवार के, मेरे माता पिता ने मुझे सिखाया. लेकिन हम तब पढ़ते थे तो अंग्रेजी का अखबार पढ़ते थे, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया, तो देखते थे कि इंदर मल्होत्रा ने एडिटोरियल क्या लिखा है, एक्सप्रेस में हृदय हरिमोहन कार्लेकर ने क्या लिखा है, गिरिलाल जैन ने क्या लिखा है, प्रभाष जोशी ने क्या लिखा है, नवभारत टाइम्स में राजेंद्र माथुर ने संपादकीय क्या लिखा है. आज तो संपादकीय पढ़ने की ही जरूरत नहीं है. देयर इज नो एडिटोरियल, देयर इज ए प्रोप्राइटोरियल. पढ़ो प्यारे, प्रोप्राइटर क्या कहता है, प्रोप्राइटर क्या कहता है. ये स्थिति जब आ जाए मीडिया की तो क्या करेंगे आप? महत्वपूर्ण खबर 7वें पेज पर चली गई. अगर हेडलाइंस ना हो टेलीविजन की तो टेलीविजन भी देखने लायक नहीं है. बदलो, बदलो. आप कह रहे हैं लोगों की गरीबी, गुर्बत, बिहार में क्या है, और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पानी आ गया, सिक्किम इतना खूबसूरत ऑर्गेनिक स्टेट है, उसके बारे में कौन लिख रहा है? कुछ नहीं लिख रहा है। बदलो अपनी जहनियत को। एनबीएफ ने काम किया है, अर्नब जी इस काम को और आगे बढ़ाओ। व्हाट शुड बी द कंटेंट? कंटेंट क्या होना चाहिए? ये पीपल्स ओरिएंटेड कंटेंट होना चाहिए। जनता के सरोकारों का कंटेंट अखबारों में और टेलीविजन के मीडिया में होगी। डेवलपमेंटल स्टोरी होगी या प्रधानमंत्री का चेहरा दिखाया जाएगा? लीडर अपोजिशन की भी बात आएगी कि नहीं है? विपक्ष की बात का स्थान तो मिल ही नहीं रहा अखबारों में। विपक्ष क्या कहता है? लगता है भारत में संसदीय लोकतंत्र का विपक्ष गायब हो चुका है। सरकार चाहती है कि नहीं चाहती है मुझे नहीं मालूम, समाचार पत्र और तमाम लोग तो यही चाहते हैं। सिर्फ मैं एक बात कह करके अपनी बात खत्म करता हूं। बहुत लंबी बात कहने से पहले एक आध शेर कह देने से सारी बात कवर हो जाती है। मशहूर शायरा मीना कुमारी एक बहुत अच्छी अदाकारा भी थी और शायरा भी थी। गुलजार साहब ने उनकी पूरी शायरी को एक डायरी में प्रिंट किया है। उसमें एक जगह लिखा है उन्होंने, मीना कुमारी ने, कि मसर्रत पे रवाज़ों का सख्त पहरा है। आपके रवाज़ के लिए, आपके रवाज़ के लिए मीडिया, मसर्रत पे रवाज़ों का सख्त पहरा है। और गरीब आदमी आपको पढ़ता है तो क्या कहता है? मसर्रत के पर रवाज़ों का सख्त पहरा है, न जाने कौन सी उम्मीद पर दिल ठहरा है। और मेरे जैसे लोग ये कहते हैं कि तेरे आंखों में झलकते गम की कसम, ऐ दोस्त दर्द का रिश्ता बहुत गहरा है। इसको समझेगा जिस दिन मीडिया काम बन जाए।
That was Atul Ajat ji in his inimitable style. He had mentioned one very interesting thing, and which I would like to endorse, that this platform has given us, editors like us, a chance to, this is a bridge kind of a thing between the mainstream and the regional media. So thanks very much to Ornav
Can I add one
floating
thing?
this.
What he has said? अब इन्होंने एक शेर कहा है, तो लुटियन जोन वाले जिस जुस्तुजू में अपने दौर में चलते रहे, उनको भी मैं एक शेर में कहना चाहूँगा कि कश्ती भी नहीं बदली, दरिया भी नहीं बदला, पर इन डूबने वालों का जज्बा भी नहीं बदला। है शौक के सफ़र ऐसा, एक उम्र हुई हमने, मंजिल भी नहीं पाई, रास्ता भी नहीं बदला।
Again, like, you know, this is turning out to be a shairi kind of a session. But
and one more thing, yes, on the issue of representation of the opposition, sir. Now we are sitting in this era. 2/3 is the representation, yes, on media is of the opposition. Never was when prior to 1998 when BJP first time came in power. और एक दौर तो ऐसा आया था जब पूरी तरीके से मीडिया को रौंद दिया गया था। अब जब आपने कहा तो सबसे बड़े शायर हुए गालिब, उसके बाद हुए शेख मोहम्मद इब्राहिम ज़ौक़, और उसके अलावा साहिल लुधियानवी। तो उस जमाने में तो आपको ध्यान होगा, आप लोगों की तो युवावस्था की बात है, हम लोग और संभालने से पहले की बात, क्या कहा जाता था इमरजेंसी के बारे में? ऐसा कंट्रोल कर लिया गया कि अब तो गालिब, ज़ौक़, साहिर, मीर सरकारी और शायरी की हो गई तासीर सरकारी। यानी सरकारी तासीर में लिखना पड़ता था। और आज प्रधानमंत्री जी को आलोचना छोड़िए, कटु आलोचना छोड़िए, घटिया से घटिया शब्दों का प्रयोग करके, मौत की कामना करके, मौत का प्रकार बताकर यह कहा जाता है अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता नहीं है। तो मेरे विचार से those who are trying to project these type of narrative from the Lutyens zone should again try to introspect. That's why they are unable to understand exactly the place where they are standing.
Yeah. I think one point I just want to mention it here. In 1975, when the emergency was imposed, ये हिंदुस्तान में ही था, भारत में ही था संभव, जब तमाम अखबारों ने एडिटोरियल्स ब्लैंक कर दिए थे। भूल जाते हैं आप, विरोध का क्षण उस वक्त भी हिंदुस्तान के पत्रकारों में था। निखिल चक्रवर्ती, हिरण्मय कालेलकर, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस, रामनाथ गोयनका, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया, इंदर मल्होत्रा, वो भूल जाते हैं। प्रतिरोध की शक्ति तब थी, लेकिन आज हो तुमको जो पसंद वही बात कहेंगे, तुम दिन को रात कहो रात कहेंगे।
Well, I think it is important that this term Lutyens media is reflected upon in the light of what happened in the most terrible years that India has faced in the last 3 years, especially COVID. How did Lutyens, or whatever you call, I prefer the call somebody made, that lumpet media. How was it covered? Who told that Tablighi Jamaat was responsible for COVID? How was it covered? When the entire world was fighting that how should governments respond to COVID, we made it a communal virus. Who did it? Can anyone answer? Can anyone appreciate that? Did not minister and spokesperson, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, participate in that debate? They fanned those discussions. The anchors, whether you call it lumpet, Lutyen, whatever you call it, they fanned those debates. Then nobody was ready to talk about the migrants, but we are ready to speak about Riya Chakravarti. Who was distracting the nation in crisis? I believe that Lutyens media and this term is used to distract people. Use of history is a way to distract people because you don't want to tell that India ranks poorly on hunger index. You don't want to acknowledge that youth in India today is unable to find a job. You don't want to acknowledge that today people are taking away their children from private schools because they are not able to pay fees. When the news become focused on what the advertisers want the nation to hear, the responsibility, just like the luminaries that we talked about, the responsibility of the news goes back to the citizens. I am very hopeful. I am very hopeful that the youth, a lot of them sitting here, the youth in colleges, even those who are getting used to fake news, they are going to become used to information and will be able to decipher what is real news. Today, it is not the media that is defining the frontier of what reaches the citizens. It is individual students, individual people who read and share among their own social media, their own WhatsApp groups. I believe 10 years down the line, when we speak, these leaders may not be there, but we will see a rise of a new citizenry who's much more informed and who take the responsibility of those editors in 1970s who took the responsibility to keep the nation informed. That new citizenry is what gives me hope. I don't have hope in the media that communalized the virus, in the media that went after Riya Chakravarti, in the media that rejects data in the face of reality, and in the media that chooses only to cover what their advertisers want to be covered.
I think Sudhanshu Trivedi will respond to Ghanshyam Tiwari.
Actually, what happened now, the democracy is really taking shape. He's asked a lot of things about what happened previously, but I want to ask, how was the reporting in 1990 Kashmir massacre? What was the reporting here? And what was the tone and tenor of reporting? So I just want to say India got independence in 47, but real democracy came in 77 when the parties have started changing the government. Otherwise there was only one party. So democracy started in 77. In 90s, what happened? The entire intellectual establishment and media was controlled by one thought. There is no scope of other. Monopolies and restrictive trade practices. You have heard about that. In 90s, the vernacular media became free from the clutches. And now, the national media is becoming free from the clutches of the monopoly of one thought, one and exclusive copyright of only one set of people. That's why the organizations like NBF are coming. ये और कुछ नहीं है जनाब, जागीरदारी राजे महाराजों की चली गई थी 47 में, तो उनके दिल में भी दर्द हुआ था. जब 77 में इमरजेंसी के बाद सरकार चली गई थी तो भी मोनोपोली खत्म हुई थी. अब वो मोनोपोली खत्म हो रही है, डेमोक्रेसी आ रही है, दूसरे थॉट को भी दीजिए. और मैं इनकी बात से अच्छा मानता हूं, ये तो हार्वर्ड के पढ़े हुए हैं. अब प्रॉब्लम जानते क्या हो गई है? प्रीवियसली आपने अच्छा कहा, एडिटोरियल्स में लिखा जाता था. फिर मैं कह रहा हूं वो तो एडवर्टोरियल्स होते थे, और वो भी कहां से स्पॉन्सर्ड होते थे. मैं और भी 3-4 किताबें बता दूंगा. अब सब डिटेल में कैसे कैसे क्या क्या लिखवाया जाता था. भारत से ही नहीं, बाहर से भी लिखवाया जाता था. वो सारी बातें तो अपनी जगह, परंतु अब परिस्थिति में बदलाव आया है. टेक्नोलॉजी ने मार दिया है साहब. अब तो सबके हाथ में मोबाइल है. इफ एनीबडी वांट्स टू वेरीफाई एनी फैक्ट, I can say even by using internet at least up to 90% he or she can reach to the truth. अब बड़ा मुश्किल है इस बात को कंट्रोल करना. फॉर एग्जाम्पल 2014 से पहले Baba Saheb Ambedkar ki book, Thoughts on Pakistan, was virtually out of entire Ambedkar साहित्य. आपको मिलती नहीं कहीं, यहां खूब खोज डालते नहीं मिलती, बट कोलंबिया यूनिवर्सिटी में थी, अब वहां से अवेलेबल है, अब तो पीडीएफ भी है, जो आदमी चाहे पढ़ सकता है. This democracy is creating ruffles and they are not ready to accept that their era has gone, like राजे रजवाड़ों का एरा 47 में गया था, 75 साल के बाद इनका एरा जा रहा है जिसे वो एक्सेप्ट करने को तैयार नहीं है. इसलिए ओपन माइंडेड होकर. और लास्ट में आपने बात कही कि कंट्री के डेवलपमेंट और इसकी बात डिस्कस होती है, तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, अगर हम 5th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बने, अभी आईएमएफ की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार हम 6.1% ग्रोथ, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है, बट हाईएस्ट अमंग ऑल मेजर इकोनॉमीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. वही सीएमआई का डाटा जिसको 2 महीने पहले कोट करके कहते थे कि साहब हमारी जो बेरोजगारी है वो मैक्सिमम है 8.4%. दैट सेम सीएमआई हैज सेड इन द मंथ ऑफ सितंबर इट हैज कम टू 6.4%. एंड आई वांट टू से एन नंबर ऑफ डिबेट्स यू हैव सीन. 50 साल की सबसे बड़ी बेरोजगारी, 50 साल की सबसे बुरी अर्थव्यवस्था, 50 साल का सब कुछ. यू हैव हर्ड दिस फेज. अगर ये जमाना नहीं होता तो ये 50 साल लोगों को सच लगता. अब भूल गए लोग. एनीबडी कैन चेक 1991 डिवैल्यूएशन ऑफ द रूपी, सोना गिरवी, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज इज लेस देन 1%, बेरोजगारी की दर 14%, सॉरी रेट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन 14%, और जाने क्या क्या 2% ग्रोथ रेट रहती थी, सब कुछ रहता था. एनीथिंग कैन बी चेक्ड. सो दैट monopolistic control is being diluted and the democratic forces emerging in the field of media, which is becoming a difficult thing to digest. Who are considering their feudal fiefdom feeling of controlling the intellectual establishment of India.
Yeah, just let me put on record, if it will be unfair if I don't put on record. Of late, things are beginning to look up, and most of the television channels are covering East and the Northeast and South. And I think Arnab has done one good thing, is that he has been since his channel is covering East or Northeast a little bit aggressively, other channels are following suit because they cannot afford to ignore once one channel covers that particular area aggressively. So definitely things are beginning to look up, and one must say that it's a little bit, news is going beyond Lutyens to an extent, but yes, we need to see more. Anjanji, just things have to change, isn't it?
It is very much required. You're talking about the MRTP and other things. In the media, पहले ज़माने में टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया ग्रुप होता था, ट्रिब्यून का ग्रुप होता था, अजीत का ग्रुप होता था, लोकमत ग्रुप हुआ करता था, सकाल ग्रुप हुआ करता था, बिहार का 2 अखबार होता था, लखनऊ के अंदर स्वतंत्र भारत और पायनियर का ग्रुप होता था. आज क्या हो गया टेलीविजन में? एक कंपनी, अर्नब जी, 60 और 65 टेलीविजन चैनल्स को कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं. इज इट डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन? एक बाबूजी सभी के मालिक बन गए, दूसरे उसमें आ गए. ये मोनोपोलाइजेशन है ना. और जब मोनोपोलाइजेशन होगा तो खबरें भी मोनोपोलाइज तरीके से आएंगी, उसके अंदर कैरेक्टर नहीं रहेगा. ये एक बड़ा खतरा है. मेरे दोस्त, मेरे छोटे भाई ने डेमोक्रेसी की बात कही. इससे पहले डेमोक्रेसी नहीं थी देश में. हिंदुस्तान में डेमोक्रेसी थी. आज पिछले 10-15 वर्षों से देख रहे हैं कि पार्लियामेंट के सेशंस घटते चले जा रहे हैं. मिनिमम 100 डेज के पार्लियामेंट के सेशन होते थे, असेंबलीज के सेशन होते थे. 3 दिन के अंदर बजट सेशन होके, अभी उत्तर प्रदेश का बजट सेशन, मध्य प्रदेश का बजट सेशन 3 दिन में, राजस्थान का बजट सेशन 3 दिन में खत्म हो गया. देयर इज नो डिबेट. ये डेमोक्रेसी है. इशू वाइज चर्चा नहीं होगी, हेड वाइज चर्चा नहीं होगी कि बाल कल्याण पे कितना खर्च होगा, शिक्षा पर कितना खर्च होगा, स्वास्थ्य पर कितना खर्च होगा, यहां खर्च गलत है, इसको घटाइए, वहां बढ़ाइए. ये डेमोक्रेसी है. जवाहरलाल नेहरू का वो शब्द अच्छा नहीं लगता है लोगों को, लेकिन वो सही है. फ्रीडम इज इन पेरिल. डेमोक्रेसी इज इन पेरिल, डिफेंड विद योर ऑल माइट। आज जरूरत इस बात की है कि जमहूरियत को बचाया जाए। बोलने की आजादी नहीं है, बोलने की आजादी। मैं जिस राज्य से आता हूं, अब बोलने की आजादी नहीं है, प्रदर्शन करने की आजादी नहीं है, घूमने की आजादी नहीं है। घूमिए आप, लेकिन विरोध और प्रतिरोध के एक शब्द सुनने को तैयार नहीं है लोग। ये डेमोक्रेसी है। तो अखबारों की भी, मीडिया की भी डेमोक्रेसी और मीडिया का भी जनतंत्र, मीडिया की भी आजादी खतरे में है। हम सबको मिलकर के वो एनबीएफ को इस सवाल पर, सभी लोगों को, सुधांशु जी जैसे लोग और घनश्याम तिवारी जैसे लोग, हमारे जैसे लोग और आप जैसे लोग जो आज़ादी का मतलब समझते हैं, किसी पार्टी में हो, ये आज़ादी चली जाएगी तो न बोलने का अधिकार है, न रहने का अधिकार है। इस आज़ादी की हिफाजत के लिए अपने दल में, अपने समाज में, अपनी जगह पर, अपने न्यूज़ चैनल में जो भी स्पेस मिले उसमें अपनी आवाज़ बुलंद करें। यही हमारी राष्ट्रभक्ति है और यही राष्ट्रवाद है।
Absolutely, absolutely. Like, we are running short of time, and we sincerely hope that news will go beyond Delhi, beyond Lutyens, and every region in this country will get their adequate space and share. So I think, we'll have to.
One observation, sir, Jawaharlal Nehru.
Sure.
कुछ परिवर्तन हुए होंगे। नहीं, मैं याद इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि अब कहने को तो कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि मतवाले बेकार के थे, चंद्रशेखर आजाद और भगत सिंह को भी गाली देने वाले पैदा हैं। आइए उनके साथ हम भी अपनी आवाज बुलंद करें, हमारे देश की आजादी का संघर्ष नया स्वरूप लेगा। चलिए जिंदाबाद।
वैसे आपने एक अच्छी बात कही, चंद्रशेखर आजाद, भगत सिंह जी को टेररिस्ट लिखने वाले कौन थे? यही जेएनयू ब्रांड विपिन चंद्रा अपनी किताब में लिख दिए थे, रेवोल्यूशनरी टेररिस्ट। और जब यदवेंद्र सिंह संधू, उनके भतीजे, ने इस विषय को उठाया 2016 में, हमने पार्लियामेंट में उठाया, तो जानते क्या जवाब दिए? वो अगले वाले एडिशन में हटा देंगे, वो उस ढंग में नहीं प्रयोग होता था। और वन मोर थिंग ऑन द रिमोट इश्यूज, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बोडो प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट हुई, सेटलमेंट हो गया, एमिकेबल सोल्यूशन। देन इवन द बोडो लैंग्वेज इशू हैज बीन आल्सो सेटल्ड। दे हैव आल्सो एग्रीड दैट द बोडो लैंग्वेज विल बी इंप्लीमेंटेड एंड विद द देवनागरी स्क्रिप्ट। किसने अप्रिशिएट किया कि सेटल डाउन हो गया? नहीं। ऑन द कॉन्ट्रेरी, एक दूसरी बात बताऊं, आपने कहा अगर विधानसभा में खड़े होकर कोई कुछ बवाल कर देगा, बहुत हेडलाइन बनेगी, लुटियंस में बड़ा चर्चा का विषय बनेगा। बट इसी देश में मार्च 2006 केरल, बहुत दूर है ना, केरल असेंबली 1998 कोयंबटूर ब्लास्ट के मेन एक्यूज टेररिस्ट अब्दुल नसीर मदनी, जो तमिलनाडु की जेल में था, उसको छोड़ दिया जाए, इसके लिए स्पेशल सेशन ऑफ केरल असेंबली इज ब्रॉट। ऑल 117 MLAs, ऑल कांग्रेस, ऑल कम्युनिस्ट वोटेड इन ब्लॉक इन फेवर ऑफ दैट, नो डिस्कशन। एक आतंकवादी के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव पारित हो गया। कभी किसी ने चर्चा सुनी? यहां यही था, कौन सी चीज दबानी है, कौन सी चीज उठानी है। वो मोनोपोली खत्म हो गई, क्योंकि सर उस जमाने में सबका मालिक एक था, वो एक ही तय करता था दिल्ली में बैठकर कि क्या छपना है। क्योंकि उस दौर में एक और भी अच्छाई थी, वो रिपोर्टर जाता था, डेस्क पे जाता था, डेस्क से एडिटर पे जाता था, रात में अखबार छपता था, सुबह डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता था, 12-14 घंटे का वक्त होता था सरकार के पास। और ऐसे भी जर्नलिस्ट रहे जिन्होंने खुद लिखा, खुशवंत सिंह जी जैसे लोग, जिन्होंने कहा कि मेरे ऊपर, मुझे सरकार ने, मैंने उनको ये इस चीज में सपोर्ट किया तो मुझे हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स का एडिटर बनाया, मुझे राज्यसभा दी। ये तो ओपनली उन्होंने लिखा हुआ है भाई। और इसलिए आज के जमाने में मौका ही नहीं है, 12 सेकंड में तो न्यूज यहां की वहां चली जाती है। तो अब जो भी आप जिसको भी मालिक कह लें, आज मालिक कोई नहीं, आज मालिक जनता है और मालिक टेक्नोलॉजी।
मैं तो समझता हूं कि 1 मिनट, कई मुख्यमंत्री लोग अपने ऊपर 40-40 मुकदमे हैं, मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएं, सीरियस मुकदमे हैं, हम अपने आप अपने मुकदमे वापस ले लें। ये भी यही है जनतंत्र में, ये भी यही जनतंत्र में होता है। रेवोल्यूशनरी टेररिस्ट जब लाला लाजपत राय को मार दिया इंपीरियलिस्टों ने, तो कहा यस, HSRA के डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़िए, उन्होंने कहा यस। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि मेरे पिताजी भी 18 साल उस मूवमेंट में HSRA के जेल में रहे, उन्होंने अपने को कहा यस वी आर रेवोल्यूशनरी टेररिस्ट, वी आर रेवोल्यूशनरी। छोड़िए उन बातों को, अब क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा आज की बात करो, इसकी बात करना छोड़िए। बहस इस बात की नहीं है, बहस इस बात की है कि बिल्ली
वैसे
काली है या सफेद है, इस पर बहस मत करो। बिल्ली चूहा खाती है कि नहीं खाती है, ये सवाल।
वैसे एक बात कह दूं,
और मैं आपसे कहूं 22 करोड़ लोगों ने, 22 करोड़ नौजवानों ने, अभी पार्लियामेंट में जवाब हुआ, अखबारों में नहीं छपा, 22 करोड़ लोगों ने 1,64,000 नौकरियों के लिए अप्लाई किया, कहीं अखबार में नहीं छपा। संसद में केंद्रीय मंत्री जितेंद्र सिंह ने जवाब लिखते हुए कहा कि 1,64,000 नौकरियों के लिए 22 करोड़ नौजवानों ने अप्लाई किया था। छोड़िए,
तो सर 40 IAS की नौकरियों के लिए 5 लाख हर साल अप्लाई करते हैं।
छोड़िए, जाने दीजिए।
देखिए इसी एक लाइन में अच्छे लोग हर पार्टी में होते हैं। अतुल अंजान जी के पिताजी फ्रीडम फाइटर थे, ही इज फ्रॉम ए फ्रीडम फाइटर फैमिली। होते हैं सोमनाथ चटर्जी इनकी पार्टी के नेता थे, उनके पिताजी हिंदू महासभा में थे। अब कई बार क्या होता है, व्यक्ति भटक कर गलत रास्ते पे चला जाता तो भी उसकी अच्छाई नहीं खत्म होती है, अच्छे संस्कार दिखते हैं और
सावरकर जी 1910 के पहले अच्छे थे, बाद में बदल गए, अच्छी बात है।
वैसे 1910 में कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष कौन था जब सावरकर को सजा हुई थी? विलियम वैडनबर्न, ब्रिटिश सरकार का सेक्रेटरी।
तो कहा था गौमांस खाना बहुत अच्छा है।
Thank you very much, Atul Anjan ji, Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, Ghanshyam. Thank you so much. Very gripping kind of an analysis and observations. Thank you once again for this wonderful discussion.
Thank you, Atul Anjan. Thank you, Mr. Trivedi, and thank you, Ghanshyam. On to our next.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Now the major two projects that he is going to inaugurate, the Prime Minister is going to inaugurate in Kedarnath, are the two major ropeways. Now the cost of both these ropeways amount to about 2,400 crores. The rest is for road connectivity and other religious connectivity in the state of Uttarakhand. Now talking about the ropeways, the ropeway number 1 is connecting from Gaurikund to Kedarnath. Now remember, Gaurikund to Kedarnath, we travelled yesterday and it was by foot. It took us about 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours by foot, and that also when we were walking at our normal speed. So 6 to 7 hours of speed will be covered by this ropeway. When this ropeway is inaugurated, it will be covered. This distance of 16 kilometers will be covered in just about 30 minutes. Like yesterday, it took us almost 6 to 7 hours. This 6 to 7 hour distance will be covered in just 30 minutes.
When you told me that Republic should go global, I feel that we should have our own opportunities to do that, and our own service to our country, we will do exactly what you're saying and more. Mr. Malhotra, you identified the snakes, you identified the modus operandi. What is the solution that you identified?
Breaking India 1.0 was targeting the poor people in the villages, trying to convert them and all that. And Breaking India 2.0 is targeting the top people, the elite people, their kids. I think it's very dangerous because they are dismantling institutions. Republic TV should take on Al Jazeera, BBC, Fox TV, become a global enterprise. I'll do everything I can to make that happen because I think we need such an enterprise on the world stage. So if you were to get interested in doing that, I would be delighted.
सर, आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये है कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फबारी देखने को मिली कल, और उससे भी बेहतर ये है कि मोदी जी आ गए थे यहाँ पे।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
पुणे, महाराष्ट्र।
So you see, we have people from Pune, and just before some time I was talking to a few people who are not from you, who've come from US to take the blessings of Mahadev, the majestic shivling inside. Remember, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas that we have here, and it's considered one of the most holiest places. We'll also get some of more reactions of the people. We'll get your reactions of the priest here, but let me just ask my camera person to pan around and show the majestic view that we have. This majestic view of snow-clad mountain, of snow-clad mountains surrounded by snow, and in between we have this majestic, the beautiful, the holiest temple shrine of Kedarnath temple.
Of late, there is an overwhelming amount of Western propaganda on caste. Can't we tell them where to draw the line?
We can, but we haven't. They have in fact embraced Harvard ideas already, and these are being exported into the government, into the private sector, into all sorts of places. It's very fashionable for the young people in the humanities and social sciences to mimic American social thought and bring it into India. That's the reality.
Now, the major two projects that he is going to inaugurate, the Prime Minister is going to inaugurate in Kedarnath, are the two major ropeways. Now, the cost of both these ropeways amount to about 2,400 crores. The rest is for the road connectivity and other religious connectivity in the state of Uttarakhand. Now, talking about the ropeways, the ropeway number one is connecting from Gaurikund to Kedarnath. Now remember, Gaurikund to Kedarnath, we travelled yesterday and it was by foot. It took us about 6 to 7 hours by foot, and that also when we were walking at our normal speed. So 6 to 7 hours of speed will be covered by this ropeway. When this ropeway is inaugurated, it will be covered. This distance of 16 kilometers will be covered in just about 30 minutes. Like yesterday, it took us almost 6 to 7 hours. This 6 to 7 hour distance will be covered in just 30 minutes.
When you told me that Republic should go global, I feel that we should have our own opportunities to do that, and our own service to our country, we will do exactly what you're saying and more. Mr. Malhotra, you identified the snakes, you identified the modus operandi. What is the solution that you identified?
Breaking India 1.0 was targeting the poor people in the villages, trying to convert them and all that. And Breaking India 2.0 is targeting the top people, the elite people, their kids. I think it's very dangerous because they are dismantling institutions. Republic TV should take on Al Jazeera, BBC, Fox TV, become a global enterprise. I'll do everything I can to make that happen because I think we need such an enterprise on the world stage. So if you were to get interested in doing that, I would be delighted.
सर, आपका पहला बार है ये केदारनाथ पे?
पहली बार है।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बाबा के धाम में आए हैं, कहा जाता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आ गए तो आपको स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। क्या आपको ऐसा फील हो रहा है?
यस, स्वर्ग प्राप्त हो गया। और दूसरी बात ये कि हम पहली बार आए और हमको बर्फ
a fiery communist telling us how revolution is the path forward, but even communism is a colonial import. It is not something which is indigenous to this land. The political ideologies that existed in India were all colonial products or byproducts across the spectrum. So to look at it from a very narrow perspective that this shall be my narrative, maybe that's not the way forward, because that's the way we were. We have to now skillfully create stories around the new India. I mean, it is a new country. Look at the demography of the country, the young Indians. Look at the issues that agitate these young Indians. It's the economy. So we have to craft stories around the Indian economy. I mean, the IMF has conceded that we are the only glimmer of hope in a very dark scenario. So the point is that you have to pick and choose your story, and you should be in a position to stand up and say, hey, listen, this is my story, and you got to hear me out. And to reach that point, you need to be confident, you need to be courageous, you have to have a commitment to India, and you have to have a sense of conviction that this India, this country is now set for bigger things in life.
It's interesting you should mention this, because in a couple of the previous sessions we spoke about how well the Indian economy is doing. We've already overtaken Great Britain, and very soon we are going to be the third largest economy in the world by the end of this decade. So Mr. Verma, do you think that we are still the subject of a lot of stereotyping by the West? You know, I was reminded of that New York Times cartoon, that very racist cartoon when we launched the Mars mission. We achieved the orbit around Mars, and you had this cartoon on the NYT which showed this Indian farmer with a cow knocking at the doors of these elite space club. So you think these kind of stereotypes are still prevalent in the West, and it's going to take a while for us to break out of that?
No, some are stereotypes. Some may be too real for us to fully accept. I think we should give up our obsession with the West. The time has come to assert our own identity. Now that is a process. If I could ask, and Kanchan, I would be happy for his reaction. See, it's a process. In 1947, there was a strong school which believed that the way forward has to be interpreted in terms of Western modernity. I'm a great admirer, contrary now to some biases, of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. But in a sense, and I've written about this, so I don't need to shy away from stating it publicly, he has written more than once that his impatience about getting rid of the deadwood of the past, he tended to conflate much of the past with superstition and prejudice, rather than understanding that our civilizational legacy has seen peaks of refinement as well, not that it is blemishless, and that there is no point throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So a lot of the history that was written was already tinted by a certain desire to push away from our roots. And that needs to be interrogated, rightly. Again, there was an attempt, and probably well-intentioned, given the background of 1947 and the partition, and our conscious adoption of a multicultural, plural and secular state, of portraying, for instance, the Islamic period of our history in a manner where it almost seemed that the invaders came in a tourist bus and offered some biryani here, and we gave them some laddus, and a Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb built. The truth is, this kind of glossing over historical narratives creates its own backlash. We must accept the extent of damage to the civilizational legacy of this country until then, by the damage to our temples, to artifacts, and to centers of learning. I mean, Nalanda burned for 1 year after it was set ablaze. I mean, the Nalanda library, it was so rich with manuscripts. Having said that, now this is where I'm coming to the point where we need the right balance. You have to acknowledge it, but you have not to allow today the acrimonies of the past to be resurfaced with an attempt to correct history by force. You can't do it. You must accept it, move on. South Africa set up the Truth and Reconciliation mission, and it moved on. That is one. The last point I want to make is that recognizing and reappropriating